C, E. Recording in progress.
Allô?
Monsieur le ministre, vous êtes prié de vous retrouver sur le perron pour la photo de famille avec le président. Seulement les ministres, s'il vous plaît. Seulement les ministres.
The ministers are invited to have a group photo. Only the ministers, please. Thank you.
Very good. Sim.
C'est bon. Non, il est en virtuel. Il est en virtuel. Non, moi, je will be on stage. On projette d'abord la vidéo ATEX ou bien la vidéo
ATEX puis Sénégal.
Oui, Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je vous prie de prendre
Ladies
place.
and gentlemen, good afternoon. Kindly take your seats as we start our meeting
Voulez-vous prendre place pour que nous gagnions un peu de temps?
late. Take your seats, please, as we try to save time. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. Kindly take your seats, please.
Bien.
Thank you. My name is Alain Foka, and I have the honor of being chosen to serve you today in this 54th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of the Economic Commission of Africa. What I would say here is that this day is very, very important for me and for you. I want us to try to save time. We prepared a few things on the outset, but to be able to gain time and save time, we want to start immediately. First of all, by the election of the Bureau. I would like to invite Madame Bidong Dong Okere, representing the Minister of Finance and Economy and Planning of Equatorial Guinea, and who is the chair of the Bureau of the 54th Bureau of the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Development. Madame Bidong Dong Okere, come to the podium, please, as you are being applauded. Madame, you have the floor for this election of the Bureau of the 54th session, please.
Excellencies, honorable delegates, it's my honor to announce the opening of the 54th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. His Excellency, Mr. Amadou Hott, Minister of Economic Planning and International Cooperation of the Republic of Senegal. His Excellency, Mr. Abdoulaye Diallo, Minister of Finance and Budget of the Republic of Senegal. Her Excellency, Mr. Bella Songwe, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome you on behalf of the Bureau to this 54th Conference of the African Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Allow me, on your behalf, to thank the government of the Republic of Senegal for the hospitality we have received and the preparation they have put at our disposal to make this meeting a success. I would also like to thank the Economic Commission for Africa for the leadership in the organization of this conference so far, including technical and administrative support they have provided. Honorable Minister and Delegates, last year, in our 53rd Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we deliberated on the continental economy recovery in the wake of COVID-19. We recognize the importance of promoting digital transformation for Africa's industrialization in the context of COVID-19. We underscore the need for policies and strategies that promote sustainable and inclusive industrialization diversification, and digitalization, and enabling environment for private sector intervention and innovation. We noted the need for revising the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to push forward Africa's digitalization and industrialization agenda. The ECA has helped our member states to use data to support the implementation of the AFCFTA in practical ways, notably through student featuring for our 4 countries. There has also been support deployed to help in delineating specific AFCFTA country strategies. We must continue to build on this further accelerate implementation of the ACFTA in this era of uncertainty. African countries must create the framework to increase trade and investment among ourselves to reduce the dependence on donors. We also noted our economies are still exposed to vulnerabilities and shocks that adversely affect Africa's growth prospects, including increasing and unsustainable debt and significant illicit financial flows constituting a net drainage to Africa's domestic resources. The pressure are exacerbated by the slow economic recovery from the COVID-19, the continuous impact of climate change, and the impact of the crisis in Ukraine. Taking into account these realities, we underline the need to advocate for the extension of the Group of 20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative, review debt management mechanisms so that Africa's development objectives are not compromised, and reform Africa's financial system and improve their governance through enhanced transparency and fiscal integrity in support of our sustainable development. We deliberated on the challenge Africa is facing in terms of access to COVID-19 vaccines, and noted that enabling environment for private investment in technology and skill and strengthen collaboration with relevant stakeholders were key to combating the pandemic. We underscore the need for both short and medium-term policy resolutions, including vaccine acquisition and investment in the development of local manufacturing capacity in partnership with international producers of vaccines. In these forthcoming years, Africa will also be hosting the 27th Conference of Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This COP must deliver for Africa. At our last Ministerial Council, we used firm action to tackle the intrinsically related crisis of COVID-19 and climate change. The ECA has responded by developing the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility to catalyze private sector investment. We look ahead to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh as means of unlocking new financial opportunities for African countries. This means delivering above and beyond the $100 billion that has been pledged but not delivered. As we deliberate on Africa development agenda, it's my hope that this high-level policy dialogue will allow us to unlock many of the financial resources needed by breaking new ground. We must be bold and ambitious and propose mechanisms that allow us to mobilize our own resources, building on African know-how and African entrepreneurial spirit. May our contribution allow us to position Africa in the right path towards sustainable and inclusive development. As I conclude my brief remarks, I would like to once again thank my fellow Bureau members and the ECA Secretariat. I thank you. Okay, I wish now to turn to organizational matters. The first item on the agenda is the election of the Bureau. In this regard, I've been informed that the composition of the Bureau, which was elected by the Committee of Experts last Wednesday, opened up the proposal of the outgoing Bureau based on consultation in Addis Ababa, and which has ably conducted its work for 3 days, was the following. The chair will be Senegal from the Western African Subregional Group. The second vice chair is Madagascar from the Eastern Africa Subregional Group. The second vice chair is Zimbabwe from the Southern African Subregional Group. The rapporteur is Equatorial Guinea from the Central African Subregional Group. I propose that, as per the long-standing tradition for our commission, is there no objection, the same member will be remain on the Bureau of the Conference of Ministers. Concerning the third vice chair, which is to be assumed by the country of the Northern African Subregional Group, I'm informed that discussions in the subregional group are still taking place. We will wait to receive a nomination from the group as soon as the discussion has been concluded. I declare that the members of the Bureau have been elected. It's now my honor and privilege to invite Mr. Amadou Hott, Minister of Economic Planning and International Cooperation of Senegal, to take over as the new chair of the Conference of Ministers. However, before I do so, allow me once again to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues on the outgoing Bureau to express my gratitude of the Economic Commission for Africa for the support given us during our tenure in office. So I invite Mr. Amadou Hott to the podium. Congratulations.
Madame la secrétaire générale adjointe des Nations Unies,
the Under-Secretary General of the UN and the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Madame Vera Songwe, the outgoing Chair of the Conference of Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, dear delegates, dear colleagues, the governors of Central African banks, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of the regional and international institutions, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities, I have the great honor to have been elected chair of the Bureau of the African Economic Commission for this year. It's with a lot of humility that I accept this role. I appreciate this choice as a way of confidence towards the government of Senegal and my colleague responsible for finance and budget, as well as myself. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate all the members of the outgoing Bureau for the excellent work done in an economic and health and social crisis that is unprecedented. I congratulate the Executive Secretary of the ECA and her team for the work done and for the leadership in facing the challenges that we have known on our continent. My congratulations also go to the new members of the Bureau, with whom I commit myself to closely collaborate for the achievement of our common objectives, both for the as well as the team of the ECA that has worked relentlessly with the government of Senegal for the work of the Committee of Experts and prior events. Permit me to thank all the participants in this forum who have traveled to Dakar and those that are online who are taking part in this conference despite their very tight programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Bureau is going to start its mandate in the context of economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic, but also threatened by the war in Ukraine and its impact on the prices of food products, as well as its impact on the energy resources. This annual statutory conference enables us to continue with our reflections on envisaged solutions to be able to face this challenge. But already we are called upon to work on concrete measures and undertake common advocacy and be behind President Macky Sall, the chair of the AU, who has given us straight and precise guidelines. And we have the honor and the privilege later of listening to him as he deliberates on these guidelines. Mr. Chairman, we have the honor of opening this official ceremony of this conference, despite a very, very tight agenda, knowing that he is coming back to Senegal this morning. He arrived at around 4 in the morning, but despite that, he has promised to be with us here this morning. On the other hand, our Bureau will propose certain reforms for the building of resource mobilizations internally on our continent, as well as the market of capitals as discussed during this conference. The Bureau will also work in close collaboration with international financial companies and other partners to ensure that they operationalize the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa. I hope that the outcome of these statutory deliberations and different roundtables will be able to enrich these guidelines and will enable the new Bureau to have a clear and ambitious roadmap. We count on the commitment and the involvement of everyone to enable this conference to reach success. I would once again, on my own behalf, as well as on behalf of the colleague for Budget and Finance, I'd like to welcome you to Senegal once again, and I wish you success in your deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Excellences, honorables délégués.
Distinguished delegates, before starting our meeting, we will adopt the agenda as well as the program of work. You can look at the agenda, the provisional agenda on the screen, as well as the program of work on www.papersmart.uneca.org.
This is to avoid printing. That is why we have electronic document. You may visit that internet site from your phone to view the agenda and program of work. We don't have any comments on the agenda because this has already been adopted by our experts, and therefore we consider it adopted. We will now move to the opening with the chair, who is going to join us shortly. Thank you.
Donc, dans un instant, nous recevrons le président de la République.
We will have His Excellency join us, and also the chair of this session.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez prendre place, parce que dans un instant, nous allons démarrer avec l'entrée du président dans la salle, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, le président de la République du Sénégal, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et merci d'être là. Puisque nous avons perdu beaucoup de temps, nous avons pris un peu de retard, nous allons aller à l'essentiel et on va essayer pendant cette cérémonie d'être le plus bref possible, le plus concis possible. Mais ce que j'ai envie de dire, c'est que les gens ont envie d'entendre des solutions et des solutions concrètes et qu'on leur réponde aux questions que nous nous posons tous. Et sans plus attendre, je voudrais s'il vous plaît inviter à cet endroit, à ce micro, Madame Vera Songwe, qui est la secrétaire exécutive de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Sénégal, Président de l'Union africaine, Monsieur le Président Macky Sall, Excellence, la Présidente des hautes collectivités locales et territoriales, ma chère sœur, grand-sœur, Madame Aminata Beng, plaisir de vous revoir et de vous voir ici présent avec nous dans cette occasion. Excellency Minister Zainab Samsuna Ahmed, Minister of Finance, Excellency Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Excellency Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, Mr. Cam Dessu, Mr. Vincent Mortier, the Dean Emeritus of the Leonard N. Stern School of Business, New York University, and member of the Economic Advisory Panel of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Mr. Peter Blair, Excellencies, members of the government of Senegal, members of all other arms of government, Excellencies, Ministers of Finance, ambassadors, heads of missions, representative of the AU, Commissioner Muchanga, representative of the African
you will agree with me that this is an aberration. But, Mr. President, distinguished ministers, the situations we are facing are unprecedented. Therefore, it is our duty not to be paralyzed by the text of our statutes when they no longer correspond to today's realities. I would therefore ask you to please allow me to devote the last few minutes of my statement to how we can undertake reforms to these statutes and thus reform the international monetary architecture. It is essential for African countries because it is to their advantage to agree on the reforms that are necessary and also undertake the preliminary work so that we can work towards consolidating the system, shoring up this system, which in 3 sentences I will describe as reforms that are essential. These are reforms that will bring about new characteristics to the monetary system, and together we have to work on them. These reforms can be carried out in three phases. These are my 3 sentences. They will, no doubt, take a couple of years to achieve, but we have to start the process. We have to undertake the most urgent aspects of it right away. And this will enable us to create a propitious environment for embarking on negotiations, renegotiations of Bretton Woods number 2, if you like, so that we are in a position to provide the world with a sound global monetary system at the service of a multipolar world in close cooperation and collaboration with other global organizations. We can no longer dream of a radiant future for the planet if we do not look inwards, look at the prosperity of the continent where the majority of youth on the planet live. You can indeed succeed. There is no more important task for the rest of the world than to support your choices and along with you carry forward the shared objectives which will make our world more a world of solidarity and a better world. Thank you.
Monsieur Michel Camdessus.
Mr. Michel Camdessus. Well, when we hear him speaking, we say to ourselves, a few years ago, we were saying IMF, World Bank, when we said what we said about them, they said we were against them. But now we hear the texts are indeed obsolete and we have to review them and we have to look at them again. And hopefully that we're going to work towards changing them very quickly and that it won't just be like the Security Council. The third distinguished personality we'd like to listen to here is our big sister. We have paid due respect to her, Madame Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. You have the floor, Madame.
Merci.
Thank you.
And good day to everybody. Excellency, President Macky Sall, my dear brother, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to be talking to you today. And I'm going to say something about trade. And you must be wondering, what does trade have to do with finance? But I think as I talk about the implications of the present crisis for trade, the linkages will be made with the topic that you're talking about today. Thank you so much for having us here, Vera, and allowing a chance to interact with our ministers. Trade has been much implicated in the current simultaneous crisis that we're having. These compounding crises in the economy, the environment, climate, public health, and global security. At one point in time, the Secretary General of the UN described this as a 5-alarm fire. And while trade gets blamed for many of the problems we are grappling with, the fact is that trade is very much part of the mix of policy solutions required to deliver the equitable growth, job creation, and environmental sustainability that we need in Africa and that people around the world need. I think delivering such results is critical for rebuilding public confidence in international cooperation and multilateral institutions. And I know this is very much in question. This is why I've been urging governments to invest in the multilateral trading system and the WTO itself, where I would want all the support for our 12th Ministerial Conference in Geneva next month. I think that Africa should take a strong interest in this and the WTO's doings because it has a material effect for us. Let me make 4 observations on these issues. The first is that the war in Ukraine has darkened the outlook for global trade, together with continuing disruptions from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is far from over. Delays in Shanghai with over 500 ships waiting is a problem. We now forecast global merchandise trade volumes will expand by 3% this year, down from the 4.7% we were predicting last October. For next year, we project 3.4% growth. A slowdown is visible in a real-time index of container throughput at major ports. Second, the economic divergence across regions that has characterized the past 2 years remains visible in our trade data. Africa in particular is being left behind. The volume of the continent's merchandise imports is said to be 5.8% lower in 2022 than in the pre-pandemic year of 2019, reflecting economic weakness. Export volumes are projected to fall by 1.4% over the same period. By comparison, over the same period, Asia's imports will have increased by 12% and its exports will have risen almost 17%. North America's imports are said to increase by almost 10% and exports by 0.3%. And similarly, for Europe, exports will grow by about 2.4%, while imports will expand 3.9%. Let me mention here my particular worries about Africa's recovery, especially in light of the monetary pressures arising from the debt and debt service overhang in many countries. This is likely to worsen in light of rising interest rates in the developed world and its potential for capital flight. In this regard, I want to commend the ECA's tireless efforts to advocate for improved liquidity and better fiscal space for the continent. The quality of its analysis is great. We should all be fighting for and supporting the liquidity and sustainability facility that Vera Songwe, the executive secretary, has been so actively working on. Third, the war in Ukraine has pushed already high prices for food, fertilizer, and energy through the roof. Many countries in Africa and the Middle East face a potential food crisis. Ukraine and Russia make up less than 3% of world merchandise trade, but they are outside suppliers of these vital products in world markets, as we all know now. For example, in 2019, they supplied about 25% of globally traded wheat. Russia supplies 20% of the world's natural gas, much of it into countries in Europe. Fourth, these crises, the pandemic and the war, have pointed to underlying vulnerabilities in supply chains for critical products and medical countermeasures, semiconductors, and now food and fertilizer. These 4 points provide the backdrop for the accelerating belief that globalization and multilateralism are passé. Such views have grown in influence despite the important role the open global economy played in lifting over 1 billion people out of poverty in the decades before COVID-19. But these gains have been overshadowed by rising geopolitical tensions, enduring socioeconomic exclusion of poor countries and poor people within rich countries. So trade and supply chains are now seen as more of a threat than an opportunity. Calls for reshoring, nearshoring, and friendshoring are becoming louder. The new catchphrase is secure trade. While some of these concerns are justified, we should be careful not to draw the wrong conclusions from the current stresses. Let me remind us all that despite the supply chain disruptions in this crisis, trade has largely been a driver of resilience. in the recovery. Cross-border supply chains played a vital role in ramping up the production and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and other medical supplies. Trade will be vital to allow us to distribute food from areas where there are supplies to areas where there are deficits. More generally, trying to make and grow everything at home would leave countries more, not less vulnerable to domestic production shocks like natural disasters, droughts, or disease outbreaks. In effect, this would not be at all good risk management. The rhetoric around decoupling is serious, but current trade data shows little evidence of deglobalization, suggesting the antagonistic talk that we hear is at some distance from the choices being made by businesses and households. Global trade volumes have been at record highs since early 2021 and are still expanding. There's little evidence of a rush to exit from global value chains. All we see in our WTO data is a slowdown in global value chain expansion and a shift in attitudes and strategies in business surveys. There is some evidence of nearshoring for a wide range of reasons, from cost and speed to supply security concerns. But this is a reshuffling of trade, not a reversal of it. And just to give you some numbers, bilateral trade between the US and China is at record highs. US merchandise exports to China broke records last year at a $153 billion. US imports from China at $542 billion were not far from the peak in 2018 of $563 billion. Nevertheless, we are worried about the increasing distrust and rising toxic rhetoric on all sides, because this creates an unsettling and uncertain environment for those making business decisions. The weaponization of trade and financial measures adds to the cloud of uncertainty and leads to risk aversion. But make no mistake, the risks of serious trade decoupling are real, and the costs would be very large. WTO economists have run simulations for what would happen if the world economy were to break into two trading blocks, something that would be very, very difficult for our continent to manage. The diminished specialization and technology spillovers alone would lower the long-run level of real global GDP by about 5%. Additional losses would come from reduced scale economies, transition costs for businesses and workers, disorderly resource allocation, and financial distress, not to mention the potential for new trade barriers within each bloc. For the sake of comparison, one estimate suggests the global financial crisis of 2008 to 2009 lowered OECD countries' long-run potential output by 3.5%. So, like I mentioned, decoupling would be especially bad for low-income economies, since they would stand to lose more from fewer trade-related technology spillovers. The pandemic had already reversed 25 years of income convergence between poor and rich countries. Trade decoupling would entrench this renewed divergence. Finally, cooperation on trade, including a fully functional African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and a strengthened and reinvigorated WTO would help us tackle problems of the global commons more efficiently and effectively. Most of all, what I call a re-globalization, that is using trade, the multilateral trading system, and the deconcentration of manufacturing to integrate our continent better into the multilateral trading system would help our economies recover faster and would help generate those finances that we so sorely lack. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Merci, Madame la Ministre, Madame la Présidente. Nous allons continuer avec un autre discours, mais on aurait aimé...
Thank you, Madam Minister, Madam President.
Il a fait le déplacement jusqu'ici parce qu'il est arrivé tôt ce matin, très tôt ce matin, que nous débattions un peu de temps en temps, pas que des discours. On aurait aimé ça, qu'il y ait un échange. Il aime ça, mais dommage qu'on se réserve essentiellement des discours. Les gens ont envie d'entendre autre chose quand même, je le pense. Mais ce n'est qu'un point.
Would like to hear everything. So we will follow the program by the speech by Vincent Mortier. Could you please switch on the camera? Your Excellency, Minister, dear participants, and the ES of UNECA, I'm very honored to share in this discussion, and I would like to briefly speak on the opportunity that this kind of opportunities we offer and the terms to be able to benefit from the offer. The African continent is very heterogeneous, but it is very absent from the debt market of the kind that we offer. And that is why we come up with interesting offers such as green bonds, blue bonds that are aligned to the UN SDGs. And the idea behind all this concept is that this will not overburden states in terms of debt, but give them stable and affordable loans. Of course, we have started very humbly. We started with Benin, and then South Africa, Mauritius, and Nigeria. There are three conditions that you have to meet. The first one is the state has to understand the mechanisms under which the funding is provided and how you can have a top-up, and also to discuss with the investors such as Amundi and UN agencies. The second aspect is the size. Investors look for a threshold, and the emissions in some of the countries are smaller, and therefore it would be better to merge the investment projects on emissions so that you can reach the kind of threshold that will attract investors. And this is something that needs to be discussed. And then finally is that we are working with other stakeholders, and the stakeholder that is to ensure that we have enough equity so that we can reduce the cost of the investment. So there are some private investments that we have launched successfully with different investors such as IFC, the World Bank, and these are funds that target environmental and social issues mainly in Europe. And this is something that we've done with AIB in Asia, and this can also be done profitably on the African continent. And so this is an approach that we can actually look for the continent, because we have achieved some considerable success in Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe. For some of these that have gone up to 3 billion. So this is an initiative I wanted to share with you today. I know that we're very late, and I would like to stop there and wish you successful deliberations. And I hope that you can contact us if you wish to discuss this further. Thank you. I wish you. Thank you very much. We had challenges hearing you because of the quality of sound. I hope that at least some of us managed to hear what you said. Now, we will have the first lady who was the first executive secretary of UNCCD, and that is Madam Rebecca Grinstead. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for the invitation to Senegal. It's really an honor for us to be here. Vera Songwe, dear friend, dear colleague, thank you for inviting us to this important event. And to all the panelists, thank you so much, ministers, for allowing UNCTAD and me in my personal capacity to be here today. So let me really refer to the global crisis that we are living right now. And it's so important because the voice of Africa, like Vera Songwe said, is so important in this present moment. And let's start by saying that really the AU has to have a permanent seat in the G20 because we need the voice of Africa to really change the things that we are living right now. We are in this global crisis, and this is a compounded crisis because it's on top of climate change. Many of our resources, and I was in the Ministry of Finance also, my dear friends, and I know how tough it is to take decisions, yes? And we have been taking decisions about climate change all the time. So part of our resources going to development has to go to adaptation and have to go for mitigation and have to go for transformative policies that will allow us to be hopeful for the future. But also we have gone through the pandemic. And now we are living the global shock of the war in Ukraine. And those are shocks that we have that don't derive from bad behavior from the countries, yes? The shock on climate change or the shock on the pandemic or the shock on the war in Ukraine is nothing that we have done wrong. It's something that is affecting our economies very badly. And in the war in Ukraine, what has happened is that the prices of food and energy and fertilizers have come together with tightening financial conditions. And this is like a perfect storm for any of our countries. This is really a crisis of the cost of living. Yes, this affects really the poorest households, the most vulnerable. It affects all of us in terms of us having to take first the decision of skipping a meal to pay for fuel, or later on to borrow from a friend or to borrow from a family, but later on we will have nowhere to look at. Yes, and so here we will need, obviously, internal policies for social protection, for safety nets, like we have learned to do, and you are a very good example. President Senegal is, and many countries in Africa have done that during the pandemic. But on the other hand, we need international help. We cannot do this alone. And the problem is that the international architecture, the international financial system, is really built around a country by country crisis. It is built by the IMF or the World Bank to come to help countries that are in a specific difficult situation. But this is not a country by country problem. This is a global problem. So we need global instruments to be able to tackle this crisis. And that's why the Secretary General of the UN, as you know very well, dear President, he has put together this global crisis response group to try to tackle and cushion the blow on the developing countries of what is happening. And the first thing that this crisis group did is to really raise the visibility of how global this is. This is not only about Ukraine or Russia or the countries around it. This affects, according to our estimates. And here I have to thank really very much Sister Vera Songwe, because we have been co-leading the finance work stream in the crisis group. And we have estimated that more than 100 countries will be severely affected by one of the dimensions of the crisis. be this food prices, be this energy, be this financial tightening conditions. More than 100 countries, more than 1.7 billion people are vulnerable to this crisis. So the first thing is to raise the visibility, because really there are many parts of the world that are not feeling the brunt of this crisis. This is a crisis in the developing countries. This is a crisis of the net importers of food and fuel. This is a crisis of those that imported from Ukraine and Russia and now have to bring the wheat and the grains from very far away, with cost raising in transport like never before. Never before have we had the level or in the index of food in the world since FAO is tracking that index. Never before it has been as high as it is now. It is highest than in 2008 and 2009, when we also had a food crisis. So let's think about it. Let's make it visible. Let's really advocate for the world to bring the instruments that we have at hand to really help cushion the blow and help the developing countries not to enter into a spiral of inflation, debt defaults, and tightening financial conditions. Now, the good news is that we can do it, that the world has the instruments to really help the developing world. And the world has the emergency windows that they can really put forward without no conditionality to give liquidity to the developing world. The world has the instruments to really help on the debt relief and debt restructuring that many countries will need. We need to extend the debt suspension initiative that was finished at the end of December last year and has not been extended. And we need to extend it. And as the African countries and the African ministers have said, we have to extend the maturity of the debt, so when the DSSI is over, you don't have to pay everything at the same time. Yes, we need to make the common framework really workable for the countries that need it. For the time being, we need more flexibility, and we need to extend the common framework for debt relief, because the middle-income countries are really hurting. I am not saying who told me that, but one minister of Africa once, when I was in UNDP, told me that he went to sleep being a low-income country. He woke up being a middle-income country, and nothing different has happened in his country. So this category of middle-income countries have become really without any meaning when a global shock is hurting all our countries. And so we need liquidity. We need the debt instruments for an orderly and rational way of dealing with this crisis. And we need really the international community to wake up to the needs, to the hurt, to the suffering of the countries of the developing world. So let me just finish this saying, dear friends, dear ministers, that there is a lot that we can do together, but we will have to come together. We will have to come with one voice. We have to tell the world that they have the instrument, that there is no reason on earth for them not to take the decisions in their respective institutions to really help the world, to cushion the blow, and to do it without us having to pay the price of a crisis, in an interconnected crisis that we did not produce. Thank you very much.
L'intervenant suivant est le doyen émérite de Leonard.
Our next
New York.
speaker is from Murdoch University and from the Reserve Bank of New York, Mr. Peter Blair.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sall, for your very warm welcome to Senegal. Thank you, Dr. Songwe and the UN Economic Commission for Africa for inviting me. Distinguished ministers, colleagues, and guests, it is an honor and a pleasure to be with you here in Dakar, home of the 2022 Africa Cup champions. We do not have the Lions of Teranga with us today, but I understand that later in the conference, we will be treated to vocal performances from Karina Gomez and Ismail Lowe. Music is important. It gives us hope. My late countryman, Bob Marley, understood this when he wrote, "No Woman, No Cry." Publicly released in 1974, this song quickly became a third world anthem because it defined reality and gave hope. Reality, the hardships of grinding poverty, from the streets of Kingston to the alleys of Cairo, Kampala, Lagos, and Soweto. Hope, the possibilities of freedom, prosperity, and the dreams of mothers for their children. And so it is, in the spirit of Bob Marley, that I come to you today from Jamaica with this distinctly American accent, courtesy of my 40 years in the US, to join your conversation about financing Africa's recovery and breaking new ground. To that end, I will A, define the reality and context of Africa's need for infrastructure investment to unleash faster, inclusive, and sustainable growth. And B, offer hope that the African Union will transform the hard-won lessons of your experience with the African Medical Supply Platform into a strategy to exercise greater agency in setting the continent's infrastructure priorities and attracting private investment to finance them. In the depths of the COVID crisis, the African Union's leadership gave hope by developing the African Medical Supply Platform, also known as the AMSP, and using it to secure personal protective equipment when there was seemingly none to be had. Furthermore, the aggregated buying power of the African Union vis-a-vis the AMSP made it a more effective purchaser of vaccines than COVAX. And now, looking beyond COVID, what's next? Infrastructure, systematically prioritized according to which projects will generate returns that exceed their cost of capital and are best for Africa, and put out for bid at scale to the rest of the world. How much more agency would the countries of the African Union have over their development trajectories if, when it comes to the vital question of which infrastructure projects get serious consideration for foreign financing, the African Union found a way to use the power of the AMSP to go on offense and propose infrastructure priorities at scale, rather than having your member countries' infrastructure priorities set in Washington, Beijing, London, and Brussels. This is the story I will share with you today. As with all stories, we must start at the beginning, but I understand we are short on time, so I will move with some speed. Third world countries have come a long way since the 1970s. Indeed, Marley penned his famous song 20 years before the dramatic turnaround in economic performance that is depicted in the figure behind me, and earned these nations the new name of emerging market and developing economies. The figure plots the average growth rate of real GDP in advanced as well as emerging market and developing economies from 1980 through 2018. The emerging market and developing economies are in blue. The important point about this figure is that emerging markets turned themselves around and increased their average growth rate from 3.5% per year between 1980 and 1994 to 5.5% per year from 1995 to 2018. And because advanced economies did not experience a similar increase in growth, we can conclude safely that emerging markets turned around because of investments in what I will call policy infrastructure, macroeconomic stability in the form of low, stable, and predictable inflation, competitive exchange rates, more openness to trade and international financial flows, transparent and evenly applied property rights, a larger role for the market in allocating goods and services, and a smaller but appropriately supportive role for the government in the national economy. Importantly, this turnaround is not just the tale of China and India. The improvement in Africa's growth performance has been even more impressive than that of the two largest emerging market economies. Before 1995, African economies grew at a rate of 1.5% per year. Since 1995, including the years of the global financial crisis and before the onset of COVID, Africa grew at 4.3% per year. Simply put, while emerging market and developing economies as a whole have doubled effectively their rate of growth, Africa's has increased nearly threefold. Like much of the rest of the developing world, Africa's increased growth has been a result largely of more trade and embracing of trade. Research by Dr. Uyela and her colleagues show that between 2000 and 2019, African countries that liberalized trade grew by 1.1 percentage points faster than they did between 1980 and 1999. My own research shows that for the 26 African countries that liberalized trade in the 1980s and 1990s, the average growth rate of GDP in the 10 years before trade liberalization was 2.7%. In the 10 years after liberalization, the growth rate was 5%, a 2.3 percentage point increase, and 22 of the 26 countries that liberalized trade experienced an increase in growth. Given the benefits of trade liberalization to so many African countries, it is of course troubling the direction in which the world is going. Trade outside of Africa will remain vital to the continent's future growth and prosperity. In the meantime, as the rest of the world tapers on trade, the African Union's ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area in 2019 looks increasingly prescient. In the words of Dr. Songwe, Africa does not need a Marshall Plan to ride out the ongoing coronavirus crisis. It is a more powerful tool in the AFCFTA to accelerate regional economic integration and prepare for uncertain times. As we know, maximizing the power of AFCFTA will also require investment in physical infrastructure, roads, power, and the other items needed to provide the connectivity for robust trade inside the African Union and with the rest of the world. So with that, I want to talk now about physical infrastructure, having discussed the policy infrastructure that Africa has put in place to grow faster. As documented in the UN Committee of Experts Issues paper, Financing Africa's Recovery, Breaking New Ground, we know that Africa requires greater investment in physical infrastructure because it is a shortage of infrastructure services. In principle, mobilizing private sector capital to finance roads and power in African cities with booming supplies of labor makes strategic sense. The combination of Africa's rapidly growing labor force and its shortage of physical infrastructure implies that the rate of return on investment in many African countries in infrastructure should be higher than the rate of return on investment in advanced economies. Given more than a decade of low real interest rates and high stock market valuations in rich countries, a significant reallocation of savings from rich countries to the financing of efficient infrastructure investments in Africa, particularly green infrastructure that would avoid further commitment to carbon-intensive technologies, could raise both Africa's rate of growth and the rate of return on rich country savings. Motivated by the implications of demographics and urbanization for returns on infrastructure, as well as the need to address climate change, in 2015, the World Bank issued a communique which claimed that by leveraging multilateral resources, and moving from billions to trillions of investment in physical infrastructure in Africa and elsewhere, institutional investors in rich countries could, one, close the infrastructure services gap in poor countries, two, achieve the sustainable development goals, and three, make money. And I know we're going to talk about this in the next session. But what I want to highlight this morning at this point is that there is a shortage of infrastructure and services in Africa. But billions to trillions thinking fails to recognize that the shortage of roads in Africa and power in Africa is an equilibrium outcome of the demand for infrastructure services on the one hand, and on the other, the willingness of savers and investors to supply infrastructure capital, given the incentives they have to do so. In failing to embrace the discipline of equilibrium, the notion of billions to trillions bears a striking similarity to its intellectual antecedent, the financing gap, which gave rise to the field of development economics in the 1950s. Armed with this idea of the financing gap, donors from rich countries sought to help poor countries grow by filling the gap with aid. We know that these efforts failed because donors did not ask whether filling the gap would correct a market failure, incentivize production, and raise incomes. We also know that continuing down this path of thinking about just filling gaps is likely to lead to inefficient outcomes in the same way that countries that undertook very large investments in public capital in the 1970s, that's the blue line, the growth of public capital, did not experience the productivity growth that we would expect to see from these kinds of investments. The productivity growth is shown by the green line and actually became negative. And this large investment in public capital that did not produce productivity growth was a major cause of the 1980s debt crisis. So we need to avoid another outcome like this. And even before COVID, the IMF had issued warnings about the rising risk of financial distress in countries that had taken on non-concessional loans, many under China's Belt and Road Initiative, to finance infrastructure projects. Given recent defaults, the picture behind me underscores the potential for another era of crises and wasted resources if decision makers do not take a more discerning approach to financing infrastructure. The UN's Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, which allows investors to use African debt issued in foreign currencies such as dollars and euros in repo transactions, should help reduce borrowing costs for African governments. This is very important. Lower borrowing costs provide an important step toward capturing the full productive capacity of the continent and the AFCFTA. To complete the task, however, governments must also pursue infrastructure projects whose expected returns exceed their lower cost of capital. In short, we need a pragmatic, fact-driven approach to distinguish between those countries and projects in Africa that possess the fundamentals and governance to efficiently and profitably absorb privately financed infrastructure investment from those that do not. My colleague Camille Gardner and I have developed such an approach. We call it the dual hurdle framework. And don't worry, I'm not going to give you a long economics lecture. I'm coming to my point here. The dual hurdle framework turns from an exclusive focus on the quantities of infrastructure investments in poor countries championed by the World Bank to an analysis that incorporates the incentive that savers and investors have to finance the provision of infrastructure services, given the prospective returns and risks on investments in physical infrastructure versus the risks and returns on alternative investments. For a given poor country, the cornerstone of the framework is a comparison of the country's return on infrastructure with a rate of return on two different stocks of private capital. The first comparison, depicted on the x-axis of the figure behind me, is with the country's own return on private capital. Given $1 of savings in a poor country, it is efficient to invest that dollar in the country's infrastructure if the rate of return on infrastructure in the poor country exceeds the rate of return on the country's private capital. In effect, the poor country's rate of return on private capital is a hurdle rate that the country's return on physical infrastructure must clear to be the most productive allocation of $1 of local savings. The second comparison, depicted on the y-axis, is less obvious but equally important. Consider the decision in a rich country about where to allocate a dollar of savings. It is efficient for private savers in the rich countries to finance infrastructure in the poor country if the rate of return on infrastructure in the poor country is greater than the rate of return on private capital in the rich country. Therefore, the rate of return on private capital in the rich country constitutes a second hurdle rate for the poor country, one that the poor country's rate of return on infrastructure must clear in order for it to be an efficient destination for private rich country savings. Countries in which the rate of return on infrastructure clears both the domestic and foreign hurdle rates for efficient investment fall into quadrant one, the green shaded quadrant. Countries in this quadrant, the projects in this quadrant, are ripe for more investment in infrastructure and can attract foreign rich country savings to finance it. Applying the dual hurdle rate to the data reveals two striking things. Number one, the World Bank has not provided the data we need to actually operationalize this simple metrics for determining which investments are profitable and efficient in poor countries. The only data we have as of right now, today, about rates of return on infrastructure around the world is based on a 1985 working paper that the World Bank produced. The second striking revelation is contrary to the bank's message about billions to trillions. If you actually look at the 53 countries for which the World Bank provided this data in 1985, only 7 of those 53 countries in the data available cleared the dual hurdle tests of efficiency in both roads and electricity. But here's this important point now. This is not to say that we don't need infrastructure. For the countries that did clear the dual hurdles, on the other hand, the return on infrastructure was extremely large. For example, the average return on roads was 10 times greater than the average return on private capital in rich countries. Compare this number with the excess financial returns on the stock market in emerging economies. Before these stock markets, emerging stock markets were liberalized and opened up to foreign investors in the late 1980s, the expected return on emerging market stocks was only 1.5 times greater than the expected return on America's Standard & Poor's 500 index. In other words, the excess return multiple on the investment in the infrastructure of poor countries in 1985 was roughly 7 times larger than the financial excess return that fueled the rise of the emerging market equity fund industry, which is today $759 billion industry. So when you think of the potential for roads that offered excess returns, almost 10 times as large, the numbers are big. Last point I want to make now, agency. The big financial gains associated with emerging market equity.
30 more seconds, please, because
Okay.
we are very long.
The key is to identify the top projects in Africa. The African Development Bank has done that. Once projects have been identified, tested, and rank ordered according to returns, the African Union can collectively and individually create their own list of priority infrastructure projects they put out to bid to the rest of the world. Okay? You may say that African countries are too small to call the shots with external funders, the investment firms, sovereign wealth funds, and pension funds with trillions of dollars of assets under management. But remember the lessons of the African medical supply platform. When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in March of 2020, there was a worldwide scramble for personal protective equipment. African governments were left empty-handed because they were too small and too numerous to command the attention of the world's largest suppliers. That changed when the AMSP was developed under the leadership of the African Union Special Envoy, Stride Masayiva, and launched by then EU Chair Ramaphosa. Last sentence here. First was PPE. Next came vaccines. Now it is time for infrastructure. At scale, rank ordered, using returns to determine which projects are best for Africa, rather than having others dictate Africa's infrastructure agenda, it is time for the African Union to sell its agenda of infrastructure projects to the world, backed by the data, analysis, and policy commitments to make them work. Chairman Saul and distinguished colleagues, it is time to write a new song for Africa. Let us begin by defining reality and giving hope. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Merci infiniment. On nous avait dit quand
Thank you very much. Many, many thanks. When we gave the floor to the professor, we wanted to be sure that we could give him time to speak until the end of his presentation, he did use up the time that was allocated to him, I can assure you. Now, let us look at a film now, because the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the Afrexim Bank have worked with AFCFTA Secretariat to put in place a digital intercontinental platform. It's called ATEX, and it is a presentation of this initiative that we shall now show through a brief video.
The African Trade Exchange is a business-to-business platform connected within the digital ecosystem of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, launched by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Export-Import Bank, the African Union, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. ATEX provides a comprehensive marketplace to facilitate the selling and buying of African-made locally manufactured products within the continent based on AFCFTA rules. ATEX also responds to the Ukrainian crisis by digitally enabling the trade of key agricultural commodities and inputs critical to affected value chains, supporting supply chain resilience. ATEX can accelerate food sovereignty by connecting and pulling Africans' demand to major suppliers from the continent, hence revitalizing African agricultural production. In the long term, the platform fulfills a business need by helping small, medium, and large-scale African buyers and sellers to tap into new markets in Africa and thereby facilitate optimization of their supply chains for the accelerated economic growth. The platform will also allow governments to centralize account management, compliance procedures, and spend management. ATEX thus constitutes an African innovation designed to support resilience, sustainable economic growth, and the development of the continent through increased intra-African trade, in line with the aspiration of the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals.
Et puisque nous parlons développement, puisque nous parlons sans complexe, puisque nous regardons tout le monde dans les yeux, voici une petite démonstration de la preuve, de la démonstration par la preuve à travers un film du plan Sénégal émergent. Quelques réalisations du plan Sénégal émergent à travers une courte vidéo, s'il vous plaît.
Triomphe d'une vision, la marche vers le progrès, dont la continuité d'une action bâtie.
Triumph of a vision. The Emerging Senegal Plan is resting on three pillars: structural transformation of the economy, human capital, social protection, and sustainable development, without forgetting governance, institutions, peace, and security. The focus is on a society working in solidarity, underpinned by a vision, the vision that President Macky Sall initiated, and he has swung into action. Social, territory, and social justice policies are at the heart of our vision. I want each Senegalese, male and female, to understand that we are together and united, working all towards these goals. This is the vocation of the Senegalese nation. This is what we must do, as we owe it to future generations.
destin d'une nation. Il s'écrit à l'aune d'une transformation
The destiny of a nation is underpinned by this approach, emergence of a new city, a vision that is translated into action, action that is stamped with the vision of President Macky Sall. Excellent products that third generation infrastructure. Jamnaju shows us what President Macky Sall has translated into action.
Priorité également à l'énergie, dans l'esprit d'un mix qui atteint plus de 30% production énergétique du pays.
We are looking towards 30% of transformation of our domestic energy. We have these programs which aim towards a green Senegal. We see agriculture, self-empowerment of youth and women. We have eloquent examples with these agricultural farms, which facilitate access of youth and women to financing. The focus is on self-employment.
Le souci du social, c'est également les différents accès universels, notamment
Senegal is facilitating access to drinkable water, access to health infrastructure in Dakar, in the hinterland. This is all in line with universal health coverage, which is a policy that ensures social protection, much appreciated by the population.
Axe 2 du plan Sénégal émergent, le capital humain est
The
érigé
second pillar of emerging Senegal is human capital. Progress for youth prepared to transcend the challenges of development.
Un développement qui passe par la transformation
Development that is based on structural transformation of the economy. We have initiated this process. We're upgrading resources. We're breathing potential into value chains and agricultural sectoral development.
Le Senegal
is a destination which is a dream for all. At a time when there's a true industrial revolution covering all sectors, all growth, for growth and increased employment.
Au Sénégal émergent, c'est aussi une administration moderne.
Emerging Senegal, it is also administration that will offer employment, expand opportunities to Senegalese youth for employment. Quote, the promise of a better world for all will promote the world we dream of, a world in which we are living together, a better world for us all. End of quote.
Bravo, Monsieur le Président de la République.
Well done, Mr. President of the Republic. With your permission.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Cher Vera Sangwe,
dear Vera Strongway, Executive Director of the UNECA, dear Rebecca Greenspan, thank you, Peter Blair Henry. You reminded us Bob Marley's reggae, No Woman, No Cry. This takes us back to unforgettable memories. Dear Minister of Finance of Senegal, Minister of the Economy, and also my greetings to all the distinguished ministers of finance and economy and planning from Africa, dear representatives of the governors of central banks, of member countries of the ECA, governors of the Development Bank, Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of the private sector, civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by saying a very warm greetings to all the partners who've worked with us, discussed with us. I'm thinking of Mr. Michel Candesu. I'm thinking of our sister, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Thanking all of you who have made such wonderful contributions to our discussions. First and foremost, on behalf of all the heads of state of the continent, allow me to wish you all a warm welcome, and I especially wish you a warm stay, a pleasant stay in the country of Teranga. So thank you all for your participation in this 54th session of the African Conference of Ministers on Planning and Economic Development. Vera, I'd like to also thank you for having organized this, which is a meeting that comes at the most appropriate time after more than 2 years of deep crisis that was even exacerbated since last February by the impact of the war in Ukraine. Well, the least we can say is that our economies are just in a state of general fatigue. Unfortunately, we still cannot realize the extent or the duration of this state of fatigue. And that's the problem. It is very difficult for us at this stage to make projections because nobody knows where things are heading. We thought after 2 years of COVID, we thought we'd gotten through that. We had begun talking about post-COVID economy. Now came the Ukraine war. This is a war that has an impact not on the entire planet alone. It has an impact especially on Africa because it totally compromises our economic recovery shoots. Everything we thought we had achieved has had to be cast away, and now we are forced, as I already said this in my message, we're forced as Africa to speak up, raise our voices, not only through the mouths of heads of state, but also through you, ministers, those of you who are our representatives on international institutions. There's a political lobbying from and advocacy from heads of state, but in these international organizations, these international institutions that you are in, ministers of finance, ministers of planning, ministers of economy, you work with, it's your responsibility to speak. And I think you're just as aware as we are of the pressures we are facing, because unfortunately, you're the ones who in Washington, with the IMF, with the World Bank, conditionality A, B, C, otherwise we're not going to disperse. Unfortunately, you are the ones who come to heads of state and say, oh, Mr. President, we're sorry, we have to increase this, we have to increase that price, we have to do this, we have to do that. Mr. Candesu himself said so. He was the Director General of the IMF. Now everybody agrees that the current conditions are not appropriate for economic governance at a global level. It is not suited to reality. Everybody concurs So why would Africa be forced to respect certain conditions when we're facing such a serious crisis, a double crisis, facing COVID, facing war? And then we are told you cannot go beyond a deficit of 5%, 10%. How does this correspond to the existing realities of our countries? How does this correspond to the situation that our people are experiencing? You are the ones who have to carry this battle forward, because it's a battle Africa is putting on your shoulders. We have looked at the latest projections from these international institutions. They talk about growth rates that are flat for sub-Saharan Africa in 2022. What does that mean, flat growth rate? It means that GDP, and as I said, we have the double impact of the disease pandemic and the Ukraine war will go down. And when wealth goes down, what happens? Poverty increases. This is obvious. And this is a situation that is not only compromising our planning, our forecasting, but it also compromises the fragile trajectory that our countries had embarked upon over the past few years, because Africa had gone through a glorious decade of growth, with growth rates that were increasing year on year above global averages. Well, we have to clearly say to each other, if present conditions are to continue, then the very objectives of sustainable development by 2030 will be compromised unrelentingly. And we've heard from the Secretary General, we've heard from the UNECA Executive Secretary, everything we've achieved will just disappear like smoke. But we cannot give up. We must continue to seek the appropriate ways and means. It's a matter of urgency so that we attenuate and mitigate the impacts on our economies. And that is why we have this meeting here in Dakar today on financing Africa's recovery. We're looking for innovative solutions. And I must say that the sudden onslaughts and the superimposition of two shocks forces us to depart from the classical scenario that even under normal conditions would have been difficult. So now we call for a re-examination of special drawing rights for our countries. And then let me pause a minute, because we've talked about the points that we've been discussing for over a year now in various conferences in Paris, to begin with in May 2021, and beyond this 650 billion, which Africa is only getting 3 billion out of the special drawing rights, 5%. Is that our weight when we look at the rules governing the planet? Is that all the weight we have to bear on our place in the global economy? We have to be brave enough to question this, work with those who want to make progress, who are imbued with humanism and solidarity and want to move the boundaries. We are being told we can no longer ask for reallocation. Well, I'm working with you by saying a little bit more than is actually written in my speech, but I hope you will understand that we feel we must not talk about reallocation. We have to talk about a new allocation of SDRs. We've been struggling on this for over a year now. And with our partners, we were countries like China, France, even the European Union, they were at the forefront. Now what do we find? We feel they're backpedaling. Some say, yes, we're ready. Others say, no, we're not, because some banks like the European Central Bank think this is not appropriate. Perhaps we have to review the whole system, they say. Well, anyway, the result is that after a whole year, nothing has happened. Nothing. Nothing is happening beyond the usual issuances, and all the countries have already drew down on that. We used the money that came in, and I must pay tribute here to the efforts made by our partners, who at least wanted us to benefit from this issuance. Obviously, this doesn't meet the scale of the crisis we're facing. However, we have to reissue. There has to be a new issuance, because reallocation doesn't work. Maybe there's not enough trust, or maybe the feeling that this is not a priority. Anyway, sometimes we feel sad, and we ask ourselves, what can we do? What can Africa do? What must Africa do? Where do we stand in the world? What's our place? We have to also pay tribute to the leaders of the IMF, because they've been diligent. They have taken forward, and for example, last April, the anticipated resilient and sustainability trust. This was thinking there would be reallocation, but there was no reallocation in the end. Anyway, we know that the needs were far from having achieved our objectives, because the financing needs of Africa are estimated at $252 billion between now and 2025. These are IMF estimates in order to absorb the shock of the COVID alone and begin the recovery process. Well, these estimates do not reflect the actual needs. Definitely do not reflect the needs of sub-Saharan Africa. Think of the impact of the war in Ukraine, which means that we need to look again and increase these allocations. And here I'm reiterating Africa's urgent appeal for de-escalating the crisis in Ukraine. We call for a ceasefire, unilateral ceasefire, and we call for a negotiated settlement so that the worst scenarios can be avoided. We received a mandate from our African peers to go to Moscow to speak to President Putin, to call on him to put in place conditions that would enable Ukraine to export grain, but also to call for Russia to be taken away from some of these sanctions that have been imposed. And the effect on Africa is that we are suffering from something that we can't do anything about. How can you talk about sustainable or equitable trade even if there is no trade? How do you get supplies if there's no supply channels? And the oil and gas, these are not luxuries. They continue to serve countries, but we cannot source from Russia. We cannot source from Ukraine. We can't find fertilizers for our agricultures. What can we do? What is Africa supposed to do? We call for reallocation of the SDRs for the recovery of our economy, and yet that is not possible as things stand. So what I must say is that despite the commitments that have been made on these issues, there's been no significant degree of progress, and yet things are more and more urgent. More and more pressing demands are upon us. And when we look at the budgetary deficits, the debt ratio, I must say that we cannot, with the present instruments, achieve the impact that we're expecting for some countries. And when we looked at the first allocation of SDRs, what did we find? Some countries didn't use everything up during the first year. They did not use the resource allocations granted to them because of the deficit criteria, the criteria related to their budgetary deficit. And it's paradoxical. We need money. It's like a COVID patient who's desperate for oxygen. The doctor is there, the instruments are there, but we cannot hook you up to oxygen because we have to pay the bills. And by the time the bills are paid, the patient is dead. That's the problem. And countries have not been able to use these resources because they haven't respected the targets for deficit. So what happens? The mechanisms are such that we need new criteria. We need new conditionalities. We cannot meet these conditionalities under this context. We want to innovate, especially now that this is an emergency, it's a pandemic, it's a crisis. And we have to call for new tools that will have an impact on debt and budgetary deficit. But what are the parameters we use? They are rigid. You haven't respected this criteria, you haven't done that. And we have very rigorous central bank criteria. We have governor of the BCAO. Yes, rigorous, good for the economy, good for our people. But when we look at the demands, all this will be something that we cannot overcome. We must. We need solutions out beyond the existing path and the rules of global governments, which is why, to my mind, if we want to receive to attain the results, if we want to implement the new initiatives like have been put in place in the United States, the Replace Bretton Woods Institute, for example, we must, to my mind, look at how to innovate long-term loans so that we have infrastructure projects, we have, as Peter reminded us, infrastructure that can restructure our economies. It's essential. It's an essential foundation for development. And this is what we feel is essential. And there should be no conditionalities. Otherwise, these initiatives will all have the same trajectory.
We must also explore those other possibilities in terms of innovative support on the OCDE or OECD rules on the conditions in terms of credit granting. So my advocacy for our continent is that such organizations have these rigid rules in place, and therefore those export credits for developed countries that wish to export, we want to buy and we want to build between a buyer and a seller agreeable conditions. However, the advances conditions and the rating conditions with regard to those overstated risks in terms of the ratings to which I would like to speak, and that pose a problem in terms of the perception of the risk, which is greater in terms of risk to what is real. And this makes credits more expensive and therefore undermine our competitiveness. So there is something enshrined in terms of this equation of underdevelopment, because should we not scorch at those rules, we cannot develop, whether you're small or you're great and corpulent. You need to have You need to have a suit that ties you down, regardless of your efforts. You will never be able to overcome such rules. Bretton Woods, did not attend. Maybe we had other flags, but our concerns were not taken into account by such an attitude. This is the truth. We're not bold enough to say it out loud, but it's clear that it's not working, because in reality, we are not taken into account neither by the rating agencies or those decision makers. So when one is told, okay, we are to procure, facilitate the credit lines, you'll export, we'll buy, and together we're building development. So I was invited by OECD. I should attend a meeting in June so as to speak on the need to change with our partner countries such rules in terms of durability, sustainability, collateral, the rules of credit. So with the sustainability of a 15% reduction that is demanded by states that have a problem in terms of receipts and paying out this 15%, whereas for public procurement, we could have been contented only with 5% so that we may have immediate action and some oversight. You cannot build a rail network by saying, hey, you need to pay it back in 10 years. It makes no sense. Even for hydropower, reimburse in 12 years is not possible. Let's look at reality. Let us talk and discuss and make sure that those insurers, when you pay down 5% advance, to be able to develop credit and loans so as for our countries to work in earnest for building their development. I believe that this timeless decision, a temporal decision, will help us stimulate the need to provide these support mechanisms for Africa, because we're not really talking about aid. We're talking about partnership for Africa. So at least to improve those conditions for loan access and credit market access at the same conditions that are being reserved to those developed countries. So that is why we've pleaded for a longer term for loan repayment in order to adapt these mechanisms for these important export credit. This is a strong demand made by Africa, and let us at the same time insist on the need to correct those risk assessment criteria being used in Africa for investment, for a fairer rating of those agencies, for lower risk premiums for our countries. This is a requirement for fairness for our countries, because the latest report on sustainable development had pointed to those limitations being promoted by the performance of rating agencies. And the study does establish clearly a parallel between the strict appreciation of rating agencies to those countries of the South and the relative mercy unto those other countries. And clearly, those developed countries that have experienced an economic slowdown and an effect on their interest rates have largely escaped from this swath of rating degradation, which strengthens their access to this abundant and affordable access to loans. And therefore, we need to have a transparent methodology in order not to undermine trust in ratings. And this also questions the attitude of such agencies in terms of this initiative, the famous initiative for debt repayment. And if you are applying to such, you would be degraded simply because you had the intention to maybe resort to this mechanism for debt suspension. So they would put under a monitoring list the rating of a number of African countries upstream from them taking part in this initiative, which increases risk perception onto such countries. And let me say unto you that this report was authored by about 60 multilateral financial institutions, part of the IMF, the World Bank, the Basel Committee on Bank Monitoring and Supervision, as well as the international insurers regulations and their Council for Financial Stability. They're the ones who say so. There is an asymmetry, and no one may suspect that these would be liberal institutions. And another aspect of the issue is in terms of tax civility or tax fairness by putting an end to holiday taxes. As this were the case for the requirement to pay taxes wherever wealth is created should be more effective in Africa. And if we were, these taxes should be paid for development, and it represents many billions a year and an opportunity for growth, prosperity for our countries. And I do not overlook the essential issue of streamlining procedures and formalities as akin to project financing procedures. Formality should not constitute obstacles to access to the financing pool beyond the concern, which should be ours in terms of observing the rules of transparency and governance. There is no contradiction between diligence and transparency requirements. You are ministers of finance and economy, and you know that in your respective countries, evidence is before you. In general, donors would say, oh, you do not make much effort in terms of the weakness of the appreciation of mechanisms put in place and which were kindly recommended in very respectful terms. But all these indicators are weak because you have the deficit. And therefore, the outgoing Minister of Finance has no other choice, and therefore he would block their use through a series of mechanisms. At times, you have to renegotiate with the fund the deficit because their mission is going to show up in 3 months. But for the best, we would have 20 or 21%, and we're very happy with this. This is the issue. Whereas we should walk in earnest unto development. Let us speed up all of our efforts. As we said, we need to have full flow of energy and finance to move forward. But with these criteria in place, we cannot take off. That is a sad reality. At times, we were able to obtain from a number of partners who have accepted to walk along with us at the same pace. Let me use an example from Senegal, as we did implement a number of projects, such as the regional fast train, which was implemented within 5 years from the inception to implementation. A complex project over 5 years where our partners supported us in our procedure. They are worthy of respect. The AFDB, the Islamic Bank, as well as the French Development Bank. We started this project in 2016, and by late 2021, early 2022, the project was inaugurated, and it was a resounding success. We have had also other initiatives. Even during the pandemic, on the 14th of December, inauguration and inception and inauguration in 2021. This was built in 17 months during the pandemic with the support of our partners and banks. You also have the highway or the motorway network, which is being developed with the construction of the Nelson Mandela Bridge and the fastest transit thoroughfare, as well as highways with China. No one speaks of China, but this is reality. So we do have a diversified partnership, and in Senegal, we are all very welcoming to fertile partnerships. No exclusion, no preclusion, and no exclusivity, for as long as we all find our interests being served. And we encourage other partners, even traditional ones and new ones, who would provide us with stimulus in terms of interest rates. And for Senegal, you can see that the landscape is changing, because this is the axis to an emergence of Senegal and the development of infrastructure. And I stand convinced that a return on investment is far more important in Africa than it is anywhere else in the world. That is why an investment in Africa would pay out 4 times the dividend in a very short timeline. And I know that Senegal is not alone in this trend. Such examples may be appreciated all over Africa, and we can see the impetus of emergence growing in Africa. And we are very respectful of good governance requirements. However, they should not serve as obstacles to diligence in terms of granting financing and project execution with partners in good faith. All comes down to policy, politics, mutual trust, and observance of commitments subscribed to. Now, we have also other factors that are part of our responsibility as African states, such as improving public policy and the way to make such public policies serve to mobilize external and domestic resources. And in this regard, one has to improve the performance of our financial administration, our customs schedules and systems. And let me also take the opportunity to pay respect to my tax and excise administration, as well as that as the public treasury, because I am aware of those efforts that were made to move from 2.2 billion to 5.5 billion in terms of operating budget, which was multiplied 5-fold in 10 years. So it reflects the performance in terms of tax collection. Of course, there are many progresses to be made, but I would like to pay tribute to my administration and also to those that have allowed this performance. And at the sub-regional and the continental level, it is appropriate to promote intra-African trade. With the entry into force of the African Free Trade Area, it should be positively helpful, provided that countries signatories to the AFCTA would enforce those provisions and not create any undue practices at points of entry that would hinder trade. And in this regard, I should also say that the absence of infrastructure between our countries will impede the implementation of AFCATA, because if you cannot ride a trail line from Senegal to Mali nonstop, and hopefully we'll see some positive evolution in the near future, we need to develop our communication infrastructure. It takes an extended railway network on the continent and thoroughfares. Otherwise, we cannot develop. So the basic infrastructure is such that, hey, the AFCTA is not going to develop only digitally. No, you need to have the hardware, and everyone needs to convince investors to finance such initiatives. So Afro-Exim Bank and AFCTA, and we've had a video earlier that showed this platform under the name ATEX, which was an effective platform during COVID on pooled procurements of vaccines and other goods to fight the COVID. And I would encourage you strongly to make this trade facilitation, electronic trade facilitation mechanism implemented and provided with all facilities. And I would like to pay tribute to UNECA and Afro-Exim Bank and all those that have contributed to this platform. And beyond any financial and macroeconomic consideration in a certain way, I wish to also pay tribute to those who make the efforts to finance our economies and also to show appreciation to their resilience versus external shocks, because we were able to stand up through the effects of COVID and also the war in Ukraine, because you have to be strong to stand tough. You know, resilience, we're not just a cradle of mankind, but we will be here for eternity. So by being resilient, we shall be here to tell the story to our grandchildren. This is how Africa was able to walk together and successfully face all such challenges. That's what I had to say. And let me close by saying a few words on those SDRs, because it is a concern, it is a real obsession, because in January and February, there were a meeting of the African Union. We did resolve to require reallocation, and we wanted for this reallocation to be reserved to the African Development Bank, and which could exercise full leverage to increase and fructify part of such monies. And therefore, in this perspective, the onus was on the AFDB to facilitate the refinancing of a number of institutions. Let me recognize Afro-Exim Bank and also the African Development Bank and all those banks that nurture regional development on our continent. They need resources. They need to support the efforts of the central bank, which continue to support the Development Bank for Western Africa. And our role is to support such institutions so as for them to be able to meet our financing requirement. This is what I wanted to say, ladies and gentlemen. And I hereby declare open this edition of the Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economy of Africa. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais, s'il vous
Thank you,
plaît,
Mr. Chairman. If you
les
please,
choses ont été dites avec des images assez illustratives.
your words were very descriptive.
Même les ignorants comme nous ont compris.
Even the laymen as ourselves were able to understand. In the beginning, when the professor used figures and graphics, I felt on the other side of the fence. Now we feel included. Needless for us to suffer any unfair conditions where others will spell out the rules that we do not believe in, and where we would be needlessly taught unwelcome lessons. Here, I would like to cite our great sister, Zainab Shamsuna, the Minister of Finance of Nigeria, to please honor us with her joining us here this rostrum. My English is unfortunately not good enough for me to state it in this language, and therefore
Your Excellency, President of Republic of Senegal, President Macky Sall, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my task has been made very simple because of all the previous speakers, but most especially because of the issues that have been raised and spoken to by the President himself. Your Excellency, I have an assignment from my colleagues, the Ministers of Finance. As you know, we had the spring meetings in April in DC, and we formed a group of Ministers of Finance that came together to look at issues that affect us and also to propose solutions that we must collectively push. And we thought it was a good idea to bring some of these recommendations to the attention of Your Excellency, being the chair of the African Union, so that you will add your very important voice and the voices of our heads of states to realize some of these recommendations that we think will be very useful for the African citizens. Your Excellency, just three broad issues. The first is on debt service relief and restructuring. And what we're looking for is to have a process where debt service relief is provided to the poorest of our countries. And you've spoken to this. We're calling on the IMF to offer debt service relief to poorest countries that are exposed to shocks, but also to all of our countries that are also exposed to the same shocks, similar to the offerings that have been made at the onset of the pandemic through the Catastrophic Containment Relief Trust Fund. We're also asking for the extension of the G20 debt service suspension initiative for another 2 years. The ministers asked that the G20 members extend the debt service suspension initiative for 2 years to help create more fiscal space for urgent spending for a group of the most affected nations. We're also asking Your Excellency that the G20 common framework for debt restructuring be quickly made operational by revising the procedures for operationalizing the framework. The ministers request that the G20 notify the common framework for debt restructuring to be made effective, to be fast-tracked, and broad-based by revising and reviewing the procedures, including commercial creditors in this particular instance. Your Excellency, we also looked at the need to just indicate that the IMF surcharges that for the facilities that have been offered to us is coming to about $4 billion in 2022 alone, and that there's a need for the IMF to review this surcharges and to extend the period of the repayment to provide for us more fiscal space. On fresh financing and on liquidity, we thought, Your Excellency, that there is a need to extend new financing from the IMF, and you have spoken copiously to this. We request that the IMF quickly considers for new programs and augmentation of existing programs, including new SDRs. In addition, the IMF should also make use of its emergency financing instruments where appropriate, as it did at the onset of the pandemic, and also to temporarily increase the access limits on emergency financing until 2025. Furthermore, the IMF should very urgently look at the need to issue new SDRs, because where should we borrow if we're able to access new SDRs, which are entitlements and will not be increasing our debts? There's a need for quick deployment also of undisbursed funds. There are some financing that have been made available that are not yet disbursed. There's a need to disburse them very quickly. We also are calling for availability of the funds, emergency funds under the crisis response window through the World Bank's IDA 19 and IDA 20, and also to fast track the implementation of IDA 20 itself. Ministers also are calling, as you did, Your Excellency, for the replenishment of the African Development Fund to support the leverage of the ADF through capital market borrowings. We also are calling to leverage the AMST and Harvard procurement models that have been used successfully by the African Union for items of first priority, such as grains, fertilizer, and energy, amongst others. We also are asking, Your Excellency, for the support of the liquidity enhancing initiative like the Liquidity Sustainability Facility that supports market access to our country. Finally, Your Excellency, the ministers have asked for endorsed SDR rechanneling, which will entail increased pledges from the current 60 billion to 100 billion. Thank you very much, Excellency, for the opportunity. And on behalf of my colleagues, I want to hand over this ask.
Avant de terminer cette première session, ce premier panel,
before we close this first session, this first panel, I would ask you to please be seated. Let us take a family picture as the President of the Republic is going to walk out. Let us take this picture first. I was told that we needed to take another picture. All right, we're running through time. I would invite you to remain seated while the President walks out along with his ministers. Please. We're making our way with our elbows.
It was great. How are you?
I am okay.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
And I think that no, I want vice president. I want vice president.
Alors, pour les arrangements pour le déjeuner, les ministres...
Now, with regard to arrangements made for lunch, the ministers, governors, and other personalities will have lunch at the Baobab on the first floor, and the others will have lunch at the Savannah restaurant right next to it. So let us reconvene immediately after lunch.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Test 1, 2. Test 2. Test 3. Essai 4. Essai 5. Essai 6. Essai 7. SE. SE. SE2, SE3, S4, SE5, SE6, SE7, 8 SE. Allô? Combien de degrés?
Si, I, Ye. Si, I, Ye. Si, I, si. Si, I, si.
triomphe d'une vision, la marche vers le progrès, dont la continuité d'une action bâtie autour d'un programme d'avenir, la déclinaison du plan Sénégal émergent qui repose sur 3 piliers: transformation structurelle de l'économie, capital humain, protection sociale et développement durable, sans oublier l'axe 3 du PSE, gouvernance, institutions, paix et sécurité, avec en ligne de mire la promotion de l'état de droit dans une société solidaire. Au début était la vision de la vision, le président Macky Sall passe à l'action.
Les politiques d'équité territoriale et de justice sociale resteront toujours au centre de mes préoccupations. Car du fond de mon cœur, je veux que chaque Sénégalaise et chaque Sénégalais ait sa part de bien-être, de dignité et de décence qu'une nation qui se veut solidaire, unie et indivisible peut offrir à tous ses citoyens. Telle est la vocation de la nation sénégalaise. C'est le legs que nous ont laissé les anciens et c'est l'héritage que nous devons aux générations futures.
Le destin d'une nation, il s'écrit à l'aune d'une transformation aux allures d'un rêve de grandeur, dont la marche vers un Sénégal émergent. Ici commence l'émergence d'une nouvelle ville, Diamniadio, l'épicentre des grands projets présidentiels, le reflet d'une vision qui se traduit en actes dans le temps de l'action, action qui porte la touche à l'empreinte d'un homme, le président Macky Sall. C'est un legs aux générations actuelles et futures, un pôle d'excellence, un lieu de vie où se côtoient des infrastructures de dernière génération. Diamniadio, hub événementiel et sportif, une attraction mondiale, l'œuvre est titanesque, le président Macky Sall est dans l'action. Priorité également à l'énergie, dans l'esprit d'un mix qui atteint plus de 30% de la production énergétique du pays, face aux enjeux climatiques, adossé notamment au programme Zéro déchet pour un Sénégal propre, un Sénégal vert. C'est aussi le souci de l'emploi des jeunes, au cœur des priorités présidentielles, visibles à travers l'agriculture pour favoriser l'autonomisation des jeunes et des femmes. Le PRODAC est l'un des exemples les plus éloquents, avec des fermes agricoles, symbole de réussite d'une politique qui facilite l'accès des jeunes et des femmes au financement. Avec la DRFJ, c'est la promotion de l'auto-emploi. Le souci du social, c'est également les différents accès universels, notamment l'accès à l'eau potable, avec en toile de fond l'équité territoriale. C'est cette même vision qui s'est traduite en actes avec la réalisation d'infrastructures de santé à Dakar et à l'intérieur du pays, dans le Sénégal des profondeurs, fidèle à l'esprit de la couverture maladie universelle, qui rejoint la trajectoire d'une politique de protection sociale très appréciée par les populations. Axe 2 du plan Sénégal émergent, le capital humain est érigé au rang de priorité. La formation des élites, une jeunesse porteuse d'espoir d'un avenir de progrès et surtout préparée à affronter les grands enjeux des développements. Un développement qui passe par la transformation structurelle de l'économie. La dynamique est enclenchée Il s'agit de valoriser les ressources et potentialités pour la mise en place de chaînes de valeur et de structuration des filières agricoles. Le Sénégal, une destination de rêve, l'ambition se marie à celle d'un hub aérien, au moment où se met en marche une véritable révolution industrielle qui touche des secteurs porteurs de croissance et pourvoyeurs d'emplois. Au Sénégal émergent, c'est aussi une administration moderne, la dématérialisation des procédures qui génère des pôles emploi et offre d'innombrables perspectives d'avenir à la jeunesse sénégalaise.
La promesse d'un monde meilleur pour tous feront naître le monde de nos rêves. Un monde de vivre ensemble. Un monde meilleur pour tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would invite you all to take your seats. We'll be starting the next session on mobilizing the finances required to go from billions to trillions. And I'll be inviting the panelists to join me on stage. I would like to invite Monsieur Bertrand Badré to join me on stage. Ms. Rachel Turner will be having a video from Wally Adeyemo. Hello, Rachel. Monsieur Serge Ekoué, if you can also join me on stage. Madame la ministre Nicole Robotti, la ministre du Gabon, si vous pouvez nous rejoindre. Nous avons virtuellement aussi Madame la ministre de Madagascar, Madame la ministre Rendra. Et nous avons aussi, and we have also Raga from the OECD, who I'd like to invite us to join on stage. And of course, Minister Ahmed Maïd, Minister of Finance of Egypt, if you could also join us on stage. Thank you everyone for your patience, for bearing with us. We really apologize for running a little bit late, and we will be proceeding with this high-level panel on moving from billions to trillions in just a moment. And I'm delighted to have such a distinguished panel of experts joining us, as well as all of those who are joining us online. Monsieur Badré, si vous pouvez nous rejoindre. Mr. Maïd.
Mr. Badré can join us, please.
Am I in the wrong seat? Oh, sorry, sir.
It's okay, I can move.
No.
We can all see how we have not been used to coming together in person. We are playing musical chairs to start us off, but I think that's a good place to start, perhaps. So we have all heard about the challenges of mobilizing finance to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, to meet the climate goals, for us to really be able to take Africa towards the aspirations that it wants to achieve. We have also seen how there has been great inequality in terms of the resources that have been mobilized to fight COVID-19, and African countries have had much less opportunity to be able to mobilize those resources and also to invest them in areas that will help them to address the structural problems within their economies. The core question that we're trying to answer today is how do we get these additional resources, and how can we do so in a way where African countries are not necessarily going to be as dependent on external forces. We heard in the opening segment the president and also numerous other speakers speak about the opportunity of the African Continental Free Trade Area, speaking about ways in which finances can be mobilized through domestic resource mobilization, more efficiency in taxation, looking at innovative finance, including through capital markets, and how do we achieve the levels of growth that Africa can truly get the level of investment that it needs to get back on track in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would also just like to, I apologize, I did not acknowledge Ms. Hassatou Diop Nsele, who is also a minister joining us online. We are very pleased to have her with us, and we will proceed directly now to our first panelist, who is Monsieur Bertrand Badré, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Blue Orange Capital. Bertrand, if you can set the scene for us as someone who's very much engaged around capital markets, how do you see this move to raise these additional resources to go from billions to trillions from the perspective of somebody who's very involved in these markets? How do African countries really make this work?
Thank you very much. So I'm all the more delighted to be here today, as I am the either famous or infamous father of the billions to trillions. So I'm glad to revisit myself today with you. And sometimes it's been misunderstood. Billions to trillions was really not only the idea that you use the precious billion public money to mobilize trillions of private money. This is really the misreading of the report that I led at that time. Billions to trillions was how do you bridge the gap to finance the SDG? And it was comprised of mobilizing the domestic resource mobilization, savings and tax, but also mobilizing international flows, including public and private flows, etc. So it was a holistic perspective to really change the system. And when you think about it, 2015 is not that far, it's 7 years ago, but at the same time, it seems centuries ago. We all believed, and I was the first to believe, that once we had agreed in Addis on the Partnership for Development, in New York on the Sustainable Development Goals, and in Paris on climate, that the invisible hand would find its way and that it will work okay. And it was probably the climax of multilateralism and globalization as we knew it. And the reality is that since then, things have not happened as we expected them to happen. And that's really where we are today. And that's really why the questions needs to be revisited. A lot has happened. I mean, we've seen, of course, the COVID. We've seen the war now. We've seen the change in regime of the central bank policy, the revival of inflation. I mean, all this is shaking everybody's mind. And the reality, you are typically at a moment where you can see either the glass half full, and a number of things have happened, and the speech that President Macky Sall made this morning would have been impossible 5 years ago. I mean, and it was applauded, and I applauded, and I think it was great. What Michel Consu, my mentor, said is great. So these things are new. People say now it's time for Africa to step up, to participate to the conversation, not to just receive lectures and conditions. So I think this is absolutely important. So something has happened, but we should not fool ourselves. The system has not changed. The system, comprised of all the regulation of both the public and private sector, has not changed. I don't think the multilateral sector has changed. I don't think the bilateral sector has changed that much. I don't think the private sector has changed a lot. We have done a little bit of patching. We have done a little bit of adjustment, but we have not really redesigned the system to be up to the expectations we have created in 2015. And that's where, for me, it's extremely, extremely important that we address these issues up front, that we don't fool ourselves. So this moment, as I said, the breakfast this morning is both extremely perilous, because I think the dangers are there, and many have said that. It can turn very bad, and we should not forget this potential outcome. But it's also a moment where we have opportunity. If we are capable of changing the system, of twisting things for real, it's interesting. Let me quote also my friend Vincent Mortier from Amundi this morning. I don't know whether you heard it, but he said, there is today, for good or bad reasons, plenty of money which is searching for ESG. What is ESG? It's money that wants to find an environmental, a social, or governance purpose, that is searching for some meaning. I mean, Africa is a solution, not the problem, if you really go in that direction. But it's very ambiguous. And let me share publicly an example I've shared over lunch with Serge. ESG means standards, norms, regulations. Who is defining these standards, norms, and regulations? Brussels, Washington. Africa is not at the table. And that is a problem. Let me take a very explicit example. Flower business. You probably know that a lot of the flower in the world come from two countries, Ecuador in Latin America and Kenya in Africa. In today's world, putting flowers in a plane with CO2 emission doesn't look that good. So from an impact perspective and from the European perspective, the likelihood that you stop financing this business is big, whereas the social impact will be a complete disaster. That's exactly the type of question we'll be facing. Don't let the bobos of the world make their decision without you on the table. I think it's extremely important. And we have to make sure that the battle for climate, the battle for nature, the battle for biodiversity, in summary, the battle for the SDG will not be won or lost in Paris, in Brussels, in Washington, or in Beijing. It will be lost or won here in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. And that's absolutely critical. And that's difficult because, and I'm moving forward to the end, that's very difficult because today we are in a world where the horizons are shrinking, where people tend to my first. It started with America first. People want, and I've heard a lot of investors say, this is too complex. Climate, refugees, cyber, I want to invest next to my womb. So this is also, you have the friend shoring, the near shoring, you have the near investment and the friend investment. So it will be very difficult to mobilize people to put money at play in Africa or elsewhere. And that's, we should not fool ourselves. So we have to facilitate the life of people. So for me, it's very important that everybody is moving to put this as a priority. How do we channel the billions to get to the trillions? There is no silver bullet. I will not tell you we should do this. I have a very smart idea to create this specific fund, etc. It's a combination of the efforts of you, ministers of finance, combination of the efforts of the EU, everybody which is involved. It's not going to be a single player. Everybody has to reinvent itself. The multilaterals first. And again, let's face it, nothing has really changed through COVID and the war. It's more of the same. It's more of the same, and that will not change the problems we are facing. So I think we need to be serious. I think Africa is no longer the problem. It should be the solution to the SDG. Again, carbon credit, to take an example, is the oil of tomorrow. Where are the carbon credits? In Africa. We have to move in that direction. Where is the natural capital, as our friend from the African Development Bank mentioned earlier? In Africa. So we have to make a sense of all of this. We have to work on our operating system. We have to be holistic, as I said, environmental and social together. Don't slice the things. We have the perfect way to combine performance, resilience, and impact. We have to work all the tools, public and private, public market, private market. We have to work at all levels. I mean, again, I have plenty of technical solutions. This is not the point. We have to work on price, but we have not to be obsessed by price. I think more important is to find tools that provide feasibility, facility, adaptability, fluidity. That's really what we need. People are obsessed with the cost of financing, but more important than the cost is the flexibility of the financing. So we have to work on the real blending of not only finance, but the skills, the expertise, and the human resources. It's a massive effort. If we don't do it, we will fool ourselves. So I think we have to send a very strong signal. I think the liquidity facility is one of them. What Michel Consuy says this morning is one of them. What we could do with the SDR is one of them. I think we have to do way more with the private sector window of IDA, for instance. I'm so disappointed by the little use of this. We have to mobilize all the development banks in that direction, but mobilize for real. We have to make them work together, and we have to put sustainability at the heart. again, to conclude, I don't think it's another Marshall Plan that we need. I think it's an Africa plan, Africa together. You don't need the support from elsewhere. We will come. But it's really an Africa plan, and this Africa plan is the heart of the planet plan. We not save the planet if we can't save Africa. So Africa shouldn't be a kind of a problem. It's part of the solution. And we have the money. We have never had that much money available, that much technology available, that much instruments available, that much institution. So we have all the pieces of the puzzle. We need to put the puzzle together and work together. That's my point. It's really a shift in attitude and shift in the operating system. And we have the capacity to stand up. Thank you. Sorry, I've been too long and too emotional.
No, thank you very much.
I'm also excited to be here.
Thank you very much. I think you've set the scene perfectly. We've heard about that assertiveness that's coming from Africa. We heard that from President Macky Sall earlier. I will now go to Minister Maït, who has been extremely assertive also. And the role of ministers of finance is always to find more money. We are in a situation where Egypt will be hosting COP27. We are nowhere near achieving the 100 billion per annum, which was promised from even before, from before Paris. But assessments that have been done also show that even if we were to get the 100 billion, it's a small amount in terms of what's needed. Figures have been put forward that Africa may need up to 1.3 trillion per annum to be on track for the SDGs by 2030. So, Minister, building on your own experiences so far in Egypt and looking towards COP, can you tell us a little bit your experience of going to capital markets as Egypt, and what you have learned through that experience of issuing green bonds, and what you see as the main
question, not easy question. Let me take you back why this time is one of the hardest to go to the capital market and to raise what is needed to finance development and infrastructure. I always make a comparison between COVID-19 period and this period. I say, when we started with COVID-19, we came to COVID-19 not exhausted with anything. We were in good position or good shape. The international economy was in good shape. Every country is moving, even Africa was moving towards a good development and a good financial position. When we started this crisis, we started when we very exhausted with the period of COVID-19. This is number one. Number two, the time of COVID-19 and even before was low inflation, low interest rate. So even going to the market to raise money was easy because the cost was at very low and it wasn't difficult. This time, high inflation, high interest rate, okay, and high risk. And for this reason, it is very difficult to go to the capital market and to raise money. Also, if we look at the most essential needs, oil, cereal, commodities, they were not at that high level of cost. So there was no pressure on our budget to finance it because oil prices were at very low, and even other needs. For example, Egypt is one of the biggest importer of wheat. But at the time of COVID-19, the prices were very low. Now it is a high price. Number four, when we started COVID-19, we were not at that level of debt. But over the period of COVID-19, our average debt went high. So the debt service as well, the interest payment, is now eating a significant part of our budget in order to be able to make additional space to address the challenges. So even when we look at the time of COVID, the whole world went together. The whole world tried to help each other. We found the financial institutions, the investors, the capital market was generous enough to say, oh, all together we can help. Look at the situation now. It's totally different. You cannot find the generosity of the international financial institutions and the capital market. No, the situation is more difficult. So again,
let me say that I'm trying to say this time is very hard. I even compared this time with 2008. I found that this is one of the hardest time to manage such a situation. Looking at also the war in Ukraine and also the sanctions on Russia and the huge disruption to the supply chain, all of these put all of us under risk. Now we are talking about food insecurity. We are talking about more than 100 countries at risk of many elements. So I'll go back to Egypt. Our experience wasn't different from many other countries' experience, given also that those investors who carry trade, which we call it the hot money, they said, okay, it's not time to invest in emerging market and developing countries and all of that. So they decided even to take their money and go back to Europe and the States. So they put us under additional huge pressure and affected us negatively. So how can you manage with this all difficult environment as a Minister of Finance? You have to look at what options left for you in order to deal with your people needs and your financing needs. And also if you're gonna continue growing and creating jobs, which also it's a pressure. For me, Egypt is one of the most populous countries in Africa with around 103 million people and tens of millions looking for jobs. It means that I have to ensure that our projects are continuing, our business are continuing because of jobs. I thought that diversification and untraditional way of financing can be an option. And this is the reason why the last 1 year or 1.5 years, I looked for green bonds. I issued green bonds for $750 million. I issued Banda bonds in Japanese market. I'm looking for also issuing Sukuk and the green Sukuk. I'm looking for issuing, I issued Samurai in Japan. I'm looking for issuing Banda in China. So I'm trying to diversify. I even went to banks, commercial banks, and I got $1.5 billion in green loan. It was one of the first countries to go for green loan at this size. This helped me to reduce the pressure or inability to go to the capital market and to raise money. Because going to the capital market now, from my point of view, is risky. Risky to get subscription for the amount you are looking for, risky to get at very high cost of financing. So my advice at this time is to try to diversify. If we can create tools within our continent to help each other to get the untraditional way of financing or untraditional bonds, like examples, the ones I said, I think it can be a good idea because, yes, one of the obstacles is the sovereign rate for each country of us. This will be an obstacle. I remember at the time of COVID, in May 2020, I went to the capital market looking for $3 billion, but the market was very generous. It offered me $24 billion at a reasonable cost. So I decided to go for $5 billion because the generosity of the market was there. You will not find it today. Some countries went to the capital market looking for $1.5 billion. They were not able even to get this amount. So we need to create a different mechanism. We need to knock the door on different way of financing. I think green financing is an option today. Green financing is an option, particularly with commercial banks. The reason, from my experience, is that I found I have a coalition of 24 commercial banks, regional and international banks, who gave me $1.5 billion for green loan at a rate, I think it was something like 50% from the capital market rate at the time I got the law, the green law. I thought that the main reason from the discussion with the bank is because they now have some sort of intention or obligations to have in their portfolio of assets, green assets. So this was one of the main drivers behind that way of making this. I think now I was told that Egypt is investing a lot with infrastructure. So they said, okay, you've got a lot of infrastructure, which also can be in the green infrastructure. So think about Sukuk, think about green Sukuk. The investors are there. They are willing to reward this green investment. So it's an option. Of course, let me say, Egypt is also investing in hydrogen, in solar, in electric trains, and many projects which it is in line with green investment. But I have to say that until now, I cannot say that the investors, the capital market, the international financial institution are rewarding those who are going green, because green, it has got a lot of obligations and commitment to do it. It will not end on the issuance day. No, you have to carry a lot of work. In that, we thought that there will be some sort of return. Unfortunately, it's not there yet, which we hope that the capital market investors and others will recognize that, no, we need to reward those who will transfer them to green and make commitment on this direction by offering them cheap financing so they can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think you really highlighted the challenges, and I think it's been very interesting to hear this dynamic. We have capital that's available in the markets, but structuring it or making sure that it flows to the countries that need it the most is not straightforward. And particularly looking at and I think both of you have spoken to this, making the ESG criteria relevant for Africa. And Minister Mait Egypt will be convening a Ministers of Finance meeting before COP from the 8th to the 9th of September. And I know that this will be one of the top items on the agenda, defining the market for Africa. I would go to Rachel in a second, but I just would like to acknowledge and welcome Adji Bousso Dieng, because I apologize, I had not mentioned before when you came onto the stage. She is the founder of the Africa I Know, an assistant professor at Princeton University. And I'd also just like to acknowledge once again Ms. Haissatou Diop Nsele, who is the treasurer and acting vice president from the AFDB. So apologize for the mistake in the title before, and welcome once again to all of our panelists. So we'll go now to Rachel Turner. Rachel Turner is the director for International Finance Division at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in the United Kingdom. Obviously, you were very involved in mobilizing financing around COP26. It'd be very interesting to hear from you after what we've just heard. Where do you feel are the bottlenecks to go from billions to trillions? How do we solve this?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to say a little bit about bottlenecks and also opportunities. And I think taking your challenge to be as practical and specific as possible, that there are many sort of different opportunities in the ecosystem, rather than, as you say, Bertrand, just one sort of big solution. And at the COP in Glasgow, we announced collectively, all of us, in this room, we announced some very, very specific initiatives for mobilizing finance. And I just wanted to...
Can you just bring the microphone a bit closer?
Just wanted to talk a little bit about 4 of those, because I'm very ambitious for these 4 specific initiatives to move towards the Africa COP with real momentum. And I think it's something that I like to talk about in this mobilization space that isn't always spoken about is the use of disaster risk insurance for Africa. And we've actually got the head of the Africa Risk Capacity, Ibrahim, is sitting there in the front row. And we in the UK have been very proud to support Africa Risk Capacity. I think it's nearly 10 years old. And we tend to talk about disaster risk insurance when we're talking about innovative approaches to humanitarian. But actually, the capital market appetite to hold African disaster risk is growing in leaps and bounds. And I think it's really important that we now understand that the Africa Risk Pool is an extraordinarily effective capital mobilization platform for Africa, and seeing the transfer of risk, whether it's drought risk, cyclone risk, or flood risk, through from African sovereign balance sheets onto the international capital market balance sheets, I think is one of the most exciting mobilization initiatives that's out there, actually. And last year, we were very pleased that the Africa Bank agreed to host a pool of subsidy to help African sovereigns share the cost of premiums to access the international capital that can help underpin disaster risk. And I know we don't, it's not necessarily always in the top list of things we talk about in capital mobilization, but I do think it is one of the most exciting initiatives out there. And of course, provides very fast payouts when there are shocks, right the way through into poor people's livelihoods and to protect the poorest people. Something we like to say when we're thinking about mobilizing capital and dealing with the financial system for Africa is that shocks are not surprises. And so much of the international architecture is beginning to evolve to beginning to think about how the fact that Africa is repeatedly subject to difficult and deep shocks can actually be structured in to the nature of capital. And so, I just wanted to agree with what you said about the opportunities for green bonds, sustainability bonds, but also state contingent debt. And I think something else that was spoken about a lot at Glasgow, and we hope will have really moved forward.
Sorry, Rachel, I need you to get to face this way.
By the time we come to the Egypt COP, is a very ambitious program of work about state contingent debt, so that when there is a shock, the terms of payment are softened, they're lessened, to allow countries to manage their debt in line with their shocks. And I think that's also a very exciting program of work. And then just two other things I wanted to highlight. I mean, at the beginning of Billions to Trillions, we all spoke a lot, didn't we, about creating new infrastructure asset classes and beginning to trade African infrastructure assets on the international capital markets. And I think we have all been frustrated that that's taken a long time to work. But I think finally this year, I think partly because of the strong commitments that were made at Glasgow, we're beginning to see a shift in the creation of those infrastructure asset classes. And we in the UK, we're actually running competitions now on stock exchanges. We've just launched a competition on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to call out for funds who want to begin to bring African assets, bundle them up, bring them through to listing so that we can attract that institutional capital and allow that to be recycled into investment. So we're very excited about that. It's early days. It's a program called Mobilist, but we're hoping that by the time we get to Egypt, we'll begin to see some really exciting momentum in that listed asset place. And that's following on some work that we've done in Asia. And so it's very exciting to see that moving into Africa. And then, staying in this, and I know this sounds a bit like a menu, a bit like just a long list of things, but I think it is these specific things that, make it feel like we're moving forward in the right way on the agenda. The final thing is the use of hybrid capital. And there's been a lot of discussion around, some frustration with the MDBs. I heard you sounding quite frustrated with the MDBs. We've actually got a great partnership with the Africa Bank now, where we're using our balance sheet in conjunction with the with ATI and the Africa Bank, so that we are able to guarantee the Africa Bank using our own balance sheet to release an additional 2 billion of finance for Africa. And that type of hybrid capital innovation, I think, is particularly exciting. And I think it's I think Africa countries have really called out on the need for more imagination and innovation in the use of hybrid capital, so that the conversation doesn't just go round and round, if you like, that circle about how much can the multilateral banks do on their own, but it's also a call out to those of us about how we can use our own balance sheets alongside the MDBs. So just a few initiatives, things that we're really hoping that will reach a bit more maturity as we get through to Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we certainly need lots of imagination, and we hope that we can translate that imagination to Africa-specific initiatives. A few of them that you've mentioned, I think, have a lot of promise, and we have to make sure that we can see them through and maybe show some positive examples of funds mobilized in Sharm el-Sheikh. We're now going to go online, and I'd like to invite Ms. Haissatou Diop Nseli, the Treasurer and Acting Vice President for the African Development Bank, to share with us your thoughts from the perspective of a regional development bank on how to translate those, how do we really manage to multiply those funds that we need. And we've heard quite a few ideas from Rachel, but and she spoke about multilateral development banks, but regional development banks often have constraints. Maybe we can hear from you, what are the innovations that you're bringing forward? And I think don't be afraid also to tell us of where the constraints are, what are the obstacles that we need to surmount. After that, we'll just go to Mr. Ekwe, and then we'll have a video from Mr. Wally. So over to you, Haissatou.
Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to all. And thank you also for Rachel Turner for highlighting the transaction that we did together. It is a first for us, but I hope the first of many for many to come, and will have a demonstration effect. So basically, a multilateral development bank cooperating with an agency with a resounding impact in terms of the type of intervention that we'll be able to do, and in terms of the capital constraints that are being lifted through that. And all of that going to ESG type of investment, as Bertrand was talking about, how ESG has become quite important for the world at large. So we all know that Africa has been worrying on different fronts and is facing formidable threats and gaps on multiple fronts: the pandemic, the climate change, infrastructure gap, food security, health challenges, and so forth. And what we need are resources, because the firepower of Africa is severely limited. And the MDBs sit, at the center of that financial architecture as well. What we've seen during the pandemic is African governments, actually outside of Africa, governments poured trillions into their economies, but Africa's intervention was largely muted because of lack of fiscal and financial space. So this is true for the pandemic, and it will be true for future severe crises. We just don't have the resources. And the IMF, through the SDR allocation, has unleashed a very, very powerful tool that has been made a difference. But we need to make the most of it in order to ensure that the most vulnerable and other developing countries are not left behind. And the President Macky Sall made a compelling and powerful case for SDR. So where development banks can come in, because the MDBs are prescribed, they call prescribed holders of SDRs, and because of their financial profile, they can leverage the resources from SDR 3 to 4 times. So basically, 10 billion or 50 billions of SDRs going to multilateral development banks means that those multilateral development banks can redeploy $150 billion to $200 billion into the productive economy. So there is a 3 to 4 multiplier effect. We will recall that for the IMF, the PRGT, and the RST, it's 1 for 1. So $1 to the RST is $1 out. But with the MDBs, $1 to MDBs is $3 to $4. And most importantly, because you were talking about capital markets earlier, the fact that the African Development Bank, for example, is rated AAA means that it gets resources at very affordable levels. So, for example, from 2010 to 2021, there was about $110 billion worth of bonds issued by 12 African countries eligible to borrow from the African Development Bank. And we've estimated that about $56 billion of interest could have been theoretically saved had those countries had access to resources from the bank for similar amounts. So it just tells you, we're talking about debt sustainability, we're talking about debt issues, but going through the MDBs as well for loans is a way of addressing the debt sustainability issue. So the SDR can also be used to strengthen the balance sheet of African public development banks, because they do play a key role in the private sector. And we all know that we need the private sector in order to move forward. So if the SDR are allocated to the MDBs and the African Development Bank in particular, we are totally adhering to the financing in common. And the plan would be to recapitalize some of the African MDBs, provide guarantees and financing as and when needed. So this and balance sheet optimization transaction, which Rachel was talking about earlier, balance sheet optimization, and we have really been at the forefront of innovation at the African Development Bank. We've heard the call to action by the G20, which asked that we accelerate the use of balance sheet optimization. And we've done several transactions. I'm not going to go through them, but it's been mainstream, and it's the way that we do business now. This is how you get, one way to get to the right path from billions to trillions. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much, Haisatu. And I think we've really had that very compelling perspective throughout the conversations that have been happening today, is that by going to the regional development banks, it's one of the best ways that we can actually ensure that justice and equity. So we need to make sure that the SDRs are available, and also look at the other vehicles that we can really use to channel this financing to African countries. I'll now go furthermore for the regional approach. Nous allons passer peut-être en français avec Monsieur Serge Ekoué, le président.
We'll move to French now with Mr. Ekoué. We are very interested in hearing your perspectives, especially within the regional framework. We are in your region. What are the main challenges which are linked to the opportunities that exist? Thank you very much for giving me the floor and the opportunity to present the viewpoint of the West African Development Bank with countries like Benin, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire. I may perhaps have forgotten one or two. There are 8 countries who constitute our area of operation. What you have just mentioned is a very interesting subject. It begins with noting that there's a financing gap that is enormous. President Macky Sall this morning spoke about over 200 billion that we need to look for after COVID, in the post-COVID period. The destabilization of production chains and the difficulties of accessing financing. I think we need to work towards raising funds for infrastructure, transport, communications, telecommunications, energy, among others. So the needs are enormous for a continent, for the sub-region that is growing population-wise very fast. The median age in our countries is 20 years. Our population is doubling every generation. Every 25 years, you have a doubling of the population. So in West Africa today, when you speak about the 20-year time span, it's about an increase the same size as the population of the US. So the needs of the continent linked to this population increase is enormous. Infrastructure, health, education, energy, agriculture, and so on and so forth. How can we make the move from billions to trillions? That's a question that we are asking ourselves. So when we add all the balance sheets of the African development banks or the development institutions, we do need to look for ways of leveraging resources, and this in a market that is very liquid. You must notice that the situation that prevailed in the last few years made it possible to inject funds. You may recall that central banks have, for many years, bought back active resources of.
We know the case of the Bank of Japan, which bought
back assets.
Now concerning the USA, the Federal Reserve Board, 20% of the national wealth, and that's quite high. 20 to 25% is over $1 trillion, or $1.5 trillion, which is about 4 trillion. So as you can see, this is what we see from the market, but we look at things also from the role of the investors, the big players in the assets. Before the Ukrainian crisis, we looked at big investors like Carpos, who and also BlackRock rather, which beat the record of 10 trillion. They didn't necessarily arrive at 10 trillion, but even 9 is not bad. So there's depth of the market. So the question is how to arrive at mobilizing that amount of money in the market so that we can fund that gap and fund our needs in Africa, which are quite high. So the idea, the basic idea, is to explain to the world that the future of the world is Africa. I remember that I can remind you that this is a young population which can generate high growth. So we must position ourselves as interconnectors between those that are going to generate growth and those that are in a world which is more developed materially than us and who are looking for profits. So the bank, the development bank, has the role to position itself between the two and propose to the big investors in the world the 3 elements, namely, first of all, profit, and then they need information too. It must be there. We were hearing Pina, who was talking about this initiative, the Egyptian colleague, talked about this need for information. We must address the market for those who need it and those who need specific information. For instance, in Japan, where they will need investment in the form of vehicles, specific vehicles, housing, so that there's capability of proposing these different formats. There are those that are going to propose things traditionally, that bonds and so on, and obligations. So this is about the format, and it can be done. Now, once we do that, we explain the growth and explain governance and explain the profit. That's how we can then look at the different projects on which we are working
and the rate of profitability. And we can see these are rather high, and they are similar to those we find in sector like the private one. Now, is development there really, but we need to see to what extent our continent is under pressure. The other subject is to see how we can position ourselves as an interconnector between the two worlds. We are talking about these two worlds. We are the bank of reference for those who are interested, who would be interested in Africa, West Africa, and we propose ideas. I agree with what my friend Bertrand said earlier on when he talked about references, which are there under sustainable growth. Obviously, this means that we prepare an envelope of projects and growth by definition, which is sustainable in nature, and we must work towards transition in energy and the originating of assets in that transition. This is what investors are requesting. We have the capacity to propose it to them. Africa, by definition, is working on subjects of growth, sustainable growth for a population, once again, which is quite growing, at a speed. So we have elements to make sure that we can have billions and change them to trillions. The other element is to, if you allow, to talk about the subject of the special drawing rights. This is something that must be looked at carefully. I think we need the special drawing rights, and we have them in a unique way. And we must, to go into the budgets of the state and be able to use the leverage, and three, to be able to apply solutions which are immediate in nature and which are fast, which we can implement quickly. So the redeployment by the banks, by the development banks, and this is an excellent idea. We think that the allocation and the reallocation, we know that these are ways and means which are important, but the leverage must go through the banks, because we have this capacity not to multiply the expenditure, but to use this leverage so that we can move from billions to trillions. When this mission was launched last year of sustainable growth, the sustainability bond, we were able to raise 750 billion in concessions in the order. We have 4.4 billion. This means that at the second level, the decision was made and we were ready to pay. I think that today we have the elements which are necessary. We have the elements which are likely to enable us to draw investments towards us. And the reality is the difficulty. And it's the question that you were raising. We need stability. That's true. And we need work on the duration and avail the private sector with what's necessary, together with the private sector and the public sector, what they need under this development trajectory. Thank you very much, Mr. Kwe. We have appreciated this model of the regional bank as an interconnector. I think this is a very good illustration of the role that you can play to be able to ensure that growth is seen to be there, and as well as the profitability. Of course, this is the big challenge. Now, let me move online and invite His Excellency, Madam Rendra Rabari Nindadesa, Minister of the Economy and Finance of Madagascar. Madam, Your Excellency, thank you for being patient with us. It is quite late, and I know that Madagascar is one of the countries which are vulnerable, given the climate change challenge. And we talk about how to mobilize capital to invest in African countries. So thank you for sharing with us in advance the experiences of vulnerable countries and the perspectives of investment. Over to you, Madam Minister. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good evening, everyone. It is a bit late in Madagascar, it's true, but I have the honor
to participate in this roundtable. So there's no problem with that. Now, today, we are talking about the roundtable initiative of the African countries, and we have listened to the colleagues on how we can find solutions together and be able to bridge the gaps of funding in Africa. Here, I'd like to recall the macroeconomic context in Africa. The present Africa, we have the health crisis and the war in Ukraine. These ones have exacerbated the fragility of some African countries, especially those that are low-income countries, and they need to recall the need to strengthen infrastructure in terms of growth in the African countries in general, and they need to be able to transform structurally our economies. And we need to remember the need to pass to structure transformation. These are needs which are constant in Africa and which keep increasing, and given the economic shocks that we see. Now, given this situation, it is imperative to innovate and to rationalize more the funding of development, and rationalization must respond to two main principles: maximizing resources and optimizing their allocation. We shouldn't forget that Africa has a vision of a development vision over 50 years. We have the Agenda 2063, and the SDGs 2030. We need to remember the Kigali Declaration, which was adopted during the Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in March last year. In March this year, which call upon the African countries to harness the new tools and innovative solutions, as well as technologies through partnerships, stronger partnerships with the private sector and the universities, the academia, the NGOs, as well as other stakeholders, to build structures which are strong, which are sustainable, and which are resilient. Now, this is the development plan at the regional level, but in Madagascar, we also have our own development plan, which looks at Madagascar as an emerging country with a future generation where we can live together as we share prosperity and collective wealth. So this is the plan of Madagascar, which aims at catching up in development where we have been lagging behind over the years, and ensure competitive advantages as we look at the globalization and its progress and liberalization of trade. And by setting up a plan which has trust in the future, and a plan which is aligned to the priorities, to agendas that I've talked about earlier on. That's 2030 agenda and the agenda 2063. Now, Africa in general needs additional funding for its development without necessarily exposing itself to debt. The potential of Africa is large, but it's not exploited now. Due to the problem of access to capital, due to the sophisticated structures and less diversified in their economies, and due to the low production capacity, as well as the low investment, without forgetting the multiplicity of problems which are social, macroeconomic, and environmental, security, and food in nature. So for Madagascar, this is a problem which is mainly in the area of the environment and food. Now, in my humble opinion, there could be certain solutions which can be discussed to finance Africa. First of all, the first solution would be to use alternative and innovative sources of funding which are stable and visible, which add to the public aid which exists. And we can take the example of voluntary contributions which consist of capital transfer, or that's money from people who have immigrated out of the country, diaspora. They can send money back to their countries. So this is an appeal to solidarity in private investment. We could also take the example of the bond contributions, like taxes on economic activities, national activities, or international. These are all, taxes on products which can affect the population and which can bring out budgetary supplementary spaces. I take the example of taxation of silent product. We have so many products such products in Madagascar. I think we can capitalize on those kind of products, and we can set up a discipline that is fiscal in nature. We can also allude ourselves to the guarantees for payment, which are pre-financing mechanisms in the capital market, which provide guarantees. We also have market diverse mechanisms like the different segments in the economy, mechanism of funding, green funding, which we announced earlier on, and funding mechanisms of the blue economy, which enables to exchange our debts with environmental regional programs. Now, apart from those funding methods, it's important to develop financial inclusion, which is linked to growth, which reduces inequalities. It's important to support the private sector through a good ecosystem, which encourages investment and encourages private investment. And we shouldn't forget the consolidation of cooperation and South-South partnerships to improve collaboration and ensure that there is institutional capacity in the improvement of the global challenges. That way, Africa will be a contributor, given the international groups like G7 and G20. We have seen that methods used recently in other countries, even if others are unfair to us, we saw the effectiveness of suspension of the debt servicing, a system which we must strengthen or transform by debt cancellation, and countries of Africa should benefit from debt cancellation thanks to the program of debt exchange against the carbon emissions, as it was said earlier on, for such countries which are involved. I talked about injustice because sometimes during the resource allocation, we forget to consider the criteria such as reliability in the allocation of resources. For the SDR allocation, the amount of money last year, which was given by IMF, this was a perfect illustration of this necessity of considering criteria which reflect fragility of each country when we attribute those SDRs. We remember that allocation was undertaken and the needs of each country. So economies which are stronger economically received more allocation, which they needed. Yet, on the other hand, countries which were facing difficulties received a little. That's why it's necessary to ensure that we reallocate in the future these SDRs. And someone talked about this earlier on. So in a nutshell, that's it. And I'm going to stop there. And I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you again for being with us for rather late in Madagascar. You talked about the importance of funding to address vulnerabilities, which must reflect the building of resilience where there are opportunities through what you have mentioned, such as the idea of the big green wall, which is a priority in your region. Now we're going to move to a message from Mr. Wali Ademo, who is the Undersecretary of the U.S. Treasury.
From the United States Treasury, and this will be projected online.
Ministers and fellow panelists, greetings from Washington. While I'm unfortunately not able to be with you in person, I deeply appreciate the chance to speak with you and address some of the issues I know you are facing. The last 2 years have underscored the importance of the discussions you are gathered to have. How Africa and Africans can take advantage of the opportunities on the continent, and what is needed for the rest of the world to support your efforts. Let me begin by saying that in these efforts, we are your ally, and we hope to be an active partner in achieving these aspirations. We share a goal of a growing, stable Africa that lives up to its global economic potential. creating the jobs that allow Africans to improve the prospects of their families and children. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the more recent impact of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine have clarified the urgency of this work. As you know, COVID hit every country, but in Africa, it exposed the economic vulnerabilities and weaknesses in health systems that deepened the pain it caused. Russia's aggression has highlighted Africa's reliance on global supply chains that have created the risk of greater food insecurity and hunger. Notwithstanding these crises, Africa has restated its commitment to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and deliver on the promises of economic opportunity. Africa's friends and partners, including the United States, stand ready to work together towards these vital objectives. As Secretary Yellen has emphasized, we must work together as a global community to build resilience in a shock-prone world and overcome barriers to inclusive growth. That is why the United States has supported a robust set of tools within the international financial institutions, along with expanding the PRGT, lending at the IMF, and accelerated IDA replenishment and the SDR allocation. The United States will remain a steadfast partner to Africa and African institutions like the African Development Bank, supporting Africa as it advances its vision for growth. And we will continue to work together to address priorities like rising debt risks, food insecurity, climate change, and critical infrastructure needs. Of course, these actions must be taken with Africans rather than on its behalf, through institutions and governance that reflect the voices and input of African countries. Let me touch on each of these issues in turn. Let me start with debt risk. More than 20 African countries today are at high risk of debt distress or already in debt distress, up from 8 in 2015. Rising borrowing costs, especially as rates continue to rise, will stretch African governments' balance sheets and further weigh on those that are heavily indebted. While we worked hard within the G20 to successfully implement the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, we are frustrated that implementation of the common framework has lagged. Restructurings need to be more timely and predictable, with full participation of all official bilateral creditors. As you know, the rising share of non-Paris Club bilateral and commercial debt among low and middle income borrower countries complicates debt negotiations. As African nations seek to manage their debt risks, they must remain cognizant of who their lenders are, the terms they're demanding, and whose interests those lenders will ultimately prioritize. The United States is committed to working with our international partners to improve the multilateral frameworks for debt restructuring and deliver the necessary relief to African countries. Next, food insecurity in Africa has long been a deeply concerning issue, with 300 million Africans facing chronic food insecurity even prior to this year. Russia's war of choice in Ukraine has exacerbated these challenges, particularly for the most vulnerable countries and households. According to the World Bank, for every additional 1 percentage point increase in food prices, nearly 10 million people are pushed into extreme poverty worldwide. And Africa is far from exempt. Secretary Yellen recently called on the international financial institutions to act with urgency to roll out a joint action plan to combat rising food insecurity. This plan will set out what each institution will do to support vulnerable people, promote open trade, mitigate fertilizer shortages, support food production now, invest in climate-resilient agriculture for the future, and coordinate for maximum impact. And at the same time, Africa must also address the threat posed by climate change. With its reliance on rain-fed agriculture and vulnerability to weather events, many African countries face potentially devastating climate risk. The United States is committed to working together with you, our African partners, and international development partners to build climate resilience. This is a joint priority as we move toward COP27 in Egypt. As an essential link, the metals and minerals supply chain needed for many renewable technologies, Africa must play a critical role in shaping the global response to climate change. Africa is also well positioned to contribute to climate solutions by preserving, with international community support, the Congo Basin. For our part, the United States has been a staunch supporter of the climate funds, MDB efforts on climate, and IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Trust Fund. We're committed to continuing to support these efforts bilaterally with African governments and multilaterally through the MDBs. Beyond climate, quality infrastructure more generally is a necessary underpinning of the growth needed to unleash the potential of Africa's dynamic young population. The United States is committed to working with like-minded development partners from the international financial institutions, the private sector, and bilateral lenders to support high-quality infrastructure. We will work to advance our support through the U.S. Millennial Challenge Corporation, the Development Finance Corporation, and specific initiatives like Power Africa and Prosper Africa. The U.S. also encourages the international financial institutions to focus on improving local resource mobilization and debt transparency, deepening capital markets, and enhancing governance to boost opportunities for private sector infrastructure investment in Africa. Finally, I can't talk about investment today without touching on the Biden administration's commitment to combating corruption. At Treasury, we're working to promote financial transparency at home and abroad, exposing corrupt actors and making it more difficult for them to abuse the American and global financial systems. The United States is also committed to working with our African partners to advance the reforms necessary to curb corruption, improve governance, and enhance business enabling environments in the process, including by offering technical assistance. Let me conclude today by reiterating that the United States shares the vision of a prosperous, stable, and free Africa. We, the Treasury Department, and the United States will continue to walk with Africa in a renewed partnership to address these urgent needs. Thank you again, and I look forward to hearing the results of your productive and fruitful discussions in Dakar.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Nous avons le plaisir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Now we have the pleasure of moving to giving the floor to the Minister Nicole, Minister of Economy of Gabon. Your Excellency, the Minister, I know that Gabon is one of the countries which is very innovative vis-a-vis the mobilization of necessary resources, both for development and for protecting the heritage. Thank you for sharing with us the perspectives of your countries and your experiences and what you want to see in the future in terms of mobilizing necessary resources for climate resilience. Permit me to commend the Economic Committee for Africa for organizing this meeting and establishing this panel. Our state, respective states, want to see Africa take off, and I'm looking at the very interesting picture which was painted earlier on by His Excellency, the President Macky Sall, who said that Africa must be compared to a plane, an aircraft taking off. Once an aircraft takes off, it must take off with good energy, strength, power. So I want us to use that image, that picture, which illustrates the situation in which we find ourselves. If we are not in a situation of an aircraft which must fly and has the provisions and arrangements for flying, then we shall not be able to fly without that in mind. Now, concerning Gabon, my country, as we know, we are in the Congo Basin, and we are part of that situation and framework. And we are part of the humanity, the ecology of humanity. Now, the president of the Republic, Ali Bongo Ndimba, has for over the past 10 years been involved in the implementation of ensuring that Gabon is a pioneer in the ecosystem conservation. But as you know, Gabon has 13 national parks. So in these national parks, we have all the protected species, and today Gabon is leading the group of African countries within the framework of the climate change. So that said, we have implemented many projects, notably starting with the creation of what we call the Geospatial Agency. This is an agency which has enabled us to optimize our forest potential. The agency today is working to make sure that we have the determination and establishment of geological elements so that we can undertake our work within the land protection. And we have set up recently the National Land Distribution Plan. Now, this land distribution plan has enabled us to have a special economic zone, which you know, which today has over 100 industries and wood processing industries, timber processing industries, and we have other economic zones too. On top of that, the second economic zone is at 300 kilometers from Libreville, a color zone, which also processes timber. And there is another one in the southwest of Gabon, which will be called the Mpasale-Bombi zone. This is a mixed area where we have wood processing, timber processing, and the development of agricultural produce. Now, on the basis of this challenge, today we notice that the implementation of all the measures which enable us to fight climate change are bearing fruit, because we have in our areas policies for reforestation, which have been there for over 10 years.
In 2009,
the president banned the exportation of timber so that it's processed in the country. So that's a good example of processing or local processing, and that way we can benefit from that initiative to industrialize the timber value chain in the Congo Basin. And we hope to work with neighboring countries, and this project will have funding in the future years to come. In addition to processing, in terms of maritime protection, we have created humid areas very close to the mangrove growing areas where all the animal and plant species are protected. And these are, and we are part of the Ramsar Convention, and we have this the resource, and we hope to process, that is to move from the classic or the usual kinds of funding to green funding, to increment our sources of funding in addition to what we have and drawing from our natural resources. However, we would also like to indicate that we have another project that is CAP, knowledge on our resources, rather platform for knowledge of our resources. Because the countries that do not understand innovative financing need to work together with what we saw in Egypt and other Nordic countries to see how we can better understand these innovative sources of funding, because our states face other challenges. Some of the parliamentarians do not understand the opportunity to embark on this innovative funding, because we need to get permission from our parliaments, and this is the case of green funding. So we would like to encourage member states to understand the procedure so that our populations represented by parliamentarians have a good understanding of the opportunity that green funding presents. We also have A for the resources that we have, because we have several kinds of resources. What are the assets that we have, and what can we get from IMF and multilateral banks, because we need funding to achieve our development projects, and we need to build on our infrastructure as well as to increase and improve infrastructure in the Central African area. We do not have full integration of our infrastructures. So in terms of trade, we only have 3% trade amongst our states, and we hope that these funding and these assets will help us achieve this. As you're aware, since last year, Central African leaders met in Paris last year to raise funds for integrated projects, and most of the projects were mainly involving 2 or 3 countries. And we hope to achieve this. The only challenge is just that every time we embark on such initiatives, like in 2019, we were able to come back to positive growth. And in 2020, we realized that all this was cancelled by the outbreak of COVID. For example, you can see Ukraine, despite being an oil-producing country, you can see the kind of inflation since they were invaded, and this is costing our populations heavily, because most of the prices of food and other services and other products have really increased. And then finally, we have P, which is platform, and this platform is one of the reasons why we participate and upload such efforts, because this is something that should be done more. We are living in specific times, and therefore we need special or innovative financing mechanisms. Most of our states, of our countries, have imported inflation, whereas the war is taking place far away, but we are feeling the impact of that war. We therefore need to find solutions to fund our projects. I would also like to say something and confirm what His Excellency the President mentioned in his opening speech. Gabon is one of the countries that received the special drawing rights that we have not yet benefited from, but we are currently in consultation with IMF. But we really need to understand how we can use this, because we might be constrained in some way, but we feel that it is difficult to develop with such challenges. That is the reason why we really welcome the resolutions that were adopted to ensure that institutions modify the conditionalities based on the context and the structure of each economy. And that way, we can really fully use our emergency or our recovery plans. So this is what I wanted to say with regards to our experience in Gabon. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. You have spoken about natural assets.
For your patience. We will go first to Ragadur Anadoti, who very kindly allowed me to call her Raga, the Director of Development Center for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. We'd be delighted to hear from you in terms of how you see the work, what kind of work you've been doing with African countries, and how this contributes to the mobilization of additional resources. And then, of course, last we will go to Ms. Aji Busodieng to wrap up as the last speaker. So Raga, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of my fellow panelists here for this very interesting conversation. And I think it proves what was said here this morning by several, at least by Rebecca Greenspan. I remember recalling her say that these issues that we're discussing, they are so complex. They have so many factors that nobody can do it alone. So hearing the different national perspectives and the different regional and institutional has been extremely beneficial. And I am here honored to be representing both the Secretary General of the OECD, Matthias Kormann, who was invited but unfortunately could not attend, and as well as the OECD Development Center, of which I am the director. And just to give you a little background on the Development Center, it's a part of the OECD, but it's a special part as our membership is different from the OECD in general. We have 25 OECD countries as members and 28 non-OECD countries from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And there are 11 African members at the Development Center. So we do a lot of work directly in policy discussion on equal footing with Africa, both with our member countries as well as with the African Union Commission, OITA, and of course with ECA. And I would like to thank Vera Samways, especially for the invitation here to speak. And where do we come into this equation? Well, we have heard, as I said, very many important messages on how to go from billion to trillion and how this ambition can be reached. And I'm not going to repeat that, and I just want to say that I share overall the views that have been raised here. And I just want to focus on three elements, looking a bit inward and seeing how we at the OECD and multilateralism in general can be of assistance in this. First, I want to emphasize that where you allocate the resources matters just as much as increasing them. Or increasing available resources. And it's very important to have clear strategies in place as to guide the allocation of the additional financing. I would argue that investment in productive transformation and such investment can have a multiplying effect, be a catalyst for change and in reducing several of the vulnerabilities. And secondly, I want to highlight one area where multilateralism is already working to scale up financing for Africa's development. And there are useful lessons that we can draw on, and I want to mention that. And finally, I want to suggest one concrete example of what we can do together to improve investment for Africa's productive transformation, which I mentioned was of utmost importance. But on my first point, where the additional financing should go, we face both the issue of quantity of resources and of quality of public expenditures and the allocation of resources. And African governments, as has been discussed here, are fighting the pandemic and current spike in food, fuel, and fertilizers without sufficient resources. That's a fact. At the same time, the firefighting role of the governments reduces the room for public investment and capital formation, and therefore it's critical to free up enough resources to invest in the transformation of economies, to reduce vulnerabilities, and to reduce the vulnerabilities and future crises. And the as Vera Songway in her remarks this morning put it, to increase and strengthen Africa's domestic resources is of great importance. And it's obvious that we must mobilize more resources, and financing per capita in Africa has been on a declining trend over the last decade. At the same time, the cost of external debt rose by 1.1% of GDP on average, and these additional costs offset nearly 2/3 of the increase in tax revenues in Africa. However, where to invest when confronted with so many competing priorities, and investment to spur more productivity and connected firms there could be a catalyzer of change. A more diversified and productive economic structure would help address many of Africa's vulnerabilities, and it would in turn help tackle several issues, everything from social inclusion and inequality to adaptation to climate change, of all of these very urgent matters. And then moving to my second point quickly.
Can we wrap up in maybe 30 seconds? Sorry.
Absolutely. The multilateral cooperation that can deliver. The achievements that we have achieved in the international tax architecture, they are a very good example. And from the OECD side, fighting tax havens and tax evasion are critical to reduce the illicit financial flows from Africa and increase the quantity of financing. And you can take South Africa as an example. Every year, the country suffers from illicit financial transactions or flows equivalent to 1.5 of GDP. But it's very significant if you consider that investment in South Africa is just 13% of the GDP. So the OECD and the Development Center has worked with African countries and institutions to reform international taxation. We have several programs that the Minister of Finance from Egypt was referring to yesterday at the fireside chat, that had been of value to the work that Egypt has been doing on tax reforms. And just very, very lastly, I just want to name one example where the OECD and where multilateralism can be of or can contribute. We at the Development Center have been working, as I said, very closely with the African Union Commission, and we are together under the leadership of the African Union, working on establishing an investment observatory where we can create evidence together and help build solid evidence-based grounds on to figure out where investments in like I said, the productive transformation, where it can be most useful, most productive. And this is where we offer our assistance, and we will definitely keep on building our relationships and dialogue with our member countries and the regional and continental organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think where we invest is important, and we absolutely take that message. We now, and thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We go to Adjil Bousso-Dieng, the founder of the Africa I Know and associate professor at Princeton University. We'd love to hear your thoughts on what are the one or two things that we can do to turn billions to trillions.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for still being here and listening to us. I'd also like to thank my fellow panelists, and I've learned a lot by listening to you guys talk. I would like also to thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for inviting me on this panel, especially given that I am not a Minister of Finance and I am not a banker. So I feel very privileged to be here. I am a technologist. I'm an assistant professor of computer science at Princeton University and also a research scientist at Google AI. My research lab at Princeton works on developing AI methods with applications to the sciences, including climate science and health science. My research is motivated by the problems of the continent. I'm also the founder of a nonprofit organization called the Africa I Know, whose vision is to build a world where young Africans have the education and the confidence that they need to build the continent. And as a result of that, the programs we do work on and that we carry are around education and quote unquote media. We do have publications, organizing webinars, we're developing podcasts, all with the goal to change our consciousness, because I think there's a lot of groundwork to be done there in terms of empowering our youth and giving them confidence, telling them that they're capable. We also devise education programs, one of them being targeting kids who are of age to go to school, who cannot go to school because they are in poor neighborhoods. And so we rolled out last year a program that sent 1,100 kids from impoverished neighborhoods of Senegal to school, and we plan to expand on that. Needless to say that I really care about the development of Africa. And so as a result, sometimes I find myself thinking about what's going on around the continent, like taking a 30,000-foot view of what's being done. And what I see is that we have these reactionary policies to things that are not caused by us. And we have this reactionary view of the world where we develop policies that are just, like instantaneous as a reaction to a shock around the world. And so I do think that we need to start thinking about long-term. If we are to craft an agenda for the development of Africa, if we're thinking about long-term development, we need to center that agenda around enabling people. And so the question becomes, how do you enable people? And I like to draw an analogy to reinforcement learning, which is a methodology in the field of artificial intelligence that consists in, you set up an environment and then you design your agents and you let them interact in that environment in order to fulfill a goal, a task that they wanted to achieve. For example, winning a game or fulfilling a task that you set up. And so let's continue with that analogy. Let's say our goal is development, long-term development. I think that what we need to do is two things. We need to build an environment that is conducive to people being able to have a decent life if they interact well with that environment. What is the analogous of the environment here? In this particular case, it's infrastructure. We need to build infrastructure, and a lot of people have brought that up today across many talks. It is very necessary if we're thinking about long-term development. When I talk about infrastructure, I talk about not only roads and railways and bridges. I also talk about electricity, hospitals, schools, clean water, but also internet. Internet access is a huge problem in Africa, and the world is running on the internet. And so I hope that we will think about investing heavily in these types of infrastructures. The second thing that you need to do is build tools to enable people to be able to interact effectively with the environment. What are those tools in this analogy? It's education and training. I was very sad today because during all the talks, nobody has mentioned education. And the reality is that no society has ever prospered without raising the level of education of their citizens. If you look at history, you look at 500 years prior to today, you look at history, you look at the different empires that have risen and have declined, like the Dutch Empire and the British Empire, and then the United States, and now China, which is riding and becoming the leader of the world, both economically and in many other aspects. If you look at that, what you see is that the rise always correlated very strongly with rising levels of education of the population. And so we need to invest in education. And when I say investment in education, I also mean thinking holistically about education, adapting it to our context. And what that means is we need to look at what can education bring us to solve our problems. And I strongly believe that we need to invest in STEM education, so the sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics, artificial intelligence, and economics and related fields. And also empower our teachers, take care of them, give them their salaries when they need to, because they are part of the education equation. They're often left out. We often focus on the kids going to school and what they have to learn. But there is a strong need of taking care of the teachers because they are the ones, who are carrying this agenda forward. In terms of looking at a holistic view of education, it also involves thinking about how to keep kids at school. And what that means is how to keep all kids at school. The reality is that kids who are in villages or in impoverished neighborhoods, what can keep them in school if school is a safe place for them to thrive, that involves a place where they can actually have food to eat and be protected. And so we need to include all those things in the equation. And having another...
Very quickly, if we could... I think everyone actually wants to listen to you all night, but we do have more to do. So
yes,
we can
I'll conclude very soon. Thinking about a holistic view of education also means teaching character, teaching work ethics, teaching courage, and all those things. And so those are the two things that we need to do, building the environment and enabling the agents. And the way we have to do that I think is what will make it effective, is to take the approach that I like to call pragmatic unity. Pragmatic unity isn't unity as we know it. It doesn't mean that we all need to love each other and support each other and all of that. That's a utopian ideal. What I mean by pragmatic unity is a unity that doesn't involve all of us. That's only at the government level. We need our governments to devise policies for our common interests, looking at all our countries and not just our individual countries or self-interest, but looking at common interests. And that the African Continental Free Trade Area is one instance of pragmatic unity, and I'd like to see an instance of that in many other sectors. For example, in climate action, there's a need for a concerted effort in terms of investing in climate, because climate itself is actually a source of income if we do things well. I won't develop on that because I don't have time anymore. Another area where I would like for us to do something like the African Continental Free Trade Area, so pragmatic unity, would be in developing a continental level artificial intelligence strategy. There are many countries who have a national AI strategy, but in Africa, it's only Mauritius and Egypt. And that's a huge missed opportunity because the world is, again, moving on the technology side, and AI has a unique opportunity especially for the continent of Africa, offering opportunities in many sectors, including agriculture, transportation, education, and all of those things. So to conclude my statement, I would like to call the heads of state of African countries to think about how they should adopt this approach of pragmatic unity and put our common interests first before self-interest. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Aji. It's a perfect note to end on, pragmatic unity. And I think with that in mind, we've heard from so many panelists. I would just like to give the final word to Minister Mohamed Mait, who will, in a sense, tell us the next steps of how we're going to bring all of these things together through the meeting that Egypt will convene. I'd just like to thank everyone, and Minister Mait, you have the final word.
Thank you very much, and very brief, as you might be aware that the COP27 will be hosted by Africa in Egypt from 7 to 18 November 2022 in Sharm el-Sheikh. It will represent an opportunity to present Africa's needs, aspirations, and challenges regarding climate change. During COP26, President of Egypt called in his statement for the international community to support Africa's financing a challenge to respond to climate change, emphasizing that developing countries' effective implementation of their commitments to address climate change is conditioned by the amount of support they will receive. In that regard, I would like to announce that Egyptian Ministry of Finance is working in close cooperation with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and other international regional institutions to hold a conference for the African Ministers of Finance and the Environment in September 8th and 9th. We hope that this conference will send a clear African message to COP27 about Africa's financial requirements to meet climate change challenges. Within the next week, the formal invitation and draft agenda should reach you to participate in this meeting. I hope that all of you will be able to be present in person and provide your contribution to the outcome of this important meeting. Our aim is to work together to turn promises and commitment into actions to meet our common goals and ambitions. Moreover, our gathering in September will be a step towards holding the financing day on the margin of the COP27, an event that will present an optimal opportunity to discuss with high-level officials from all over the world about our continent's priorities and concerns in order to ensure that the needs and the goals of the African continent are well placed on the world negotiation agenda. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I would simply invite everyone, please applaud our panelists, both those in person and those online. We have had an excellent team of panelists with, I think, very concrete suggestions. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Est-ce que, s'il vous plaît, on pourrait s'asseoir pour continuer?
Could we ask that you be seated? Please, could you be seated so that we can start our last session for this afternoon? Could you kindly be seated? And are the various panelists here? I'd like to invite them up to the podium, please.
Prière, s'il vous plaît, de vouloir.
I would like to request you all to be seated so that we can start, please.
Alors, pour parler dans ce dernier panel consacré aux solutions innovantes,
we have this final panel devoted to innovative financing for green growth. I'd like to ask Mr. Sidi Ould Tah to kindly come up to the podium, please. Madam Minister Rania, Minister Fitsum, And Madam Bimpa from the DRC, please.
Merci de nous recevoir.
Thank you. Thank you for receiving us once again on the stage. We're going to speak to a subject which is one that many of us on the continent are increasingly bitter about, because we are being asked to lower our rates of carbon consumption. We're being asked to make efforts to find innovative solutions to protect the environment. We all agree that the environment needs protecting. However, I am tempted to say that we are emitting just 30% of the pollution. Yes, we want to protect our planet, but we need support. And since this is an area for further opportunities, I would like us to talk about this today. Talk about it with the panelists on the podium here. I'm going to begin by being very gallant. I shall start with the ladies. Madam Minister Rania, I would like to start with you, because I'd like to ask you to give us the background. Tell us what the main markers are for what you believe to be innovative methods for financing the green economy.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know my...
You have to start.
I cannot open my camera, but I can hear...
Rania est en ligne. Rania est en ligne. Est-ce qu'elle nous entend déjà?
Rania, you're online. You can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. And yeah, now they said I can start my video. Okay, great. I hope you can see me now.
Est-ce qu'elle nous entend?
Can she hear us? Can she speak? Is she on?
Yes.
Rania, puisqu'on a voulu commencer par elle.
Well, we wanted to start with Rania. Oh, sorry, you are there.
Yes.
Do go ahead.
Yes.
Can you hear us, Rania?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
C'est un peu comme le téléphone.
Can you hear me?
This is like the telephone, says the moderator. We can see you, Madam. We're delighted to see you, but we can't hear you on the podium.
Avec ceux qui sont dans la salle.
Well, perhaps we should start with those in the room so that the technical people can sort things out for us. And we have Madam. Sorry. We have Minister Fitsum. Could you speak to us about your innovative model for financing the green economy?
Thank you very much. So, very good question.
So even if we, as Africans, are contributing less to the emissions of the dangerous greenhouse gases, we are being affected more than proportionately. Unlike, the developed world, which is still struggling with believing that, the challenge that we are facing now, meaning the climate change, is caused by the action or inaction of, human beings, which really resulted in these emissions of the dangerous greenhouse gases. And as you mentioned earlier, we Africans agree on protecting the environment. So we didn't need much push, even if we are not in meeting, to incorporate in our plans, in our strategies, and to make our actions environment friendly and climate change sensitive. So in Ethiopia, the first thing was actually to incorporate this and mainstream it in our development plan, so that we can finance it through treasury, even if we don't get financing from, the global financing mechanisms for climate change. So our efforts go both for the mitigation and adaptation. As I've said earlier, unfortunately, we're faced with, financing, adapting to the impacts of the climate change. So for that, climate resilient water supplies to pastoralist areas, for instance, we did that. So we repurposed our investment in water supplies to make it climate resilient, so that the water supply is not impacted by the impacts of climate change. The other thing that we did relates to making our energy sources more renewable and green. In that regard, almost 99% of Ethiopia's energy supply comes from renewable sources, and mostly hydro. So for that, our Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is a good example to the whole world, financed through, from pockets of, every Ethiopian citizen within and abroad. So that's also innovative way by, issuing bonds. So we have the Great Renaissance Dam bonds we issue to the citizens in the country, as well in the diaspora. So we managed to do the first generation of energy from that. Of course, we also are trying to diversify to the other sources. But when we wanted to diversify again, the finance for such climate change, our green source of energy is very limited, as you know. So what we came up with is the public-private partnership, especially on energy infrastructure relating to solar energy. So we are considering to work with the private sector, both foreign and domestic, in the areas of green energy, especially in solar energy. The other one is, restoration of the degraded land and afforestation, so that we can really adapt to the impacts of climate change, and as well, of course, as a way of mitigating the climate change. So for that, again, we used volunteerism as a major source. So we planted on average 5 billion tree seedlings every year for the last 3 years. So 5 billion a year. So this mostly happened through volunteerism, like every citizen went out. Of course, the call from our Prime Minister. It was our Prime Minister's initiative. So everyone should plant at least 40 tree seedlings. So this was one of the important initiatives which really goes to the adaptation and mitigation of the climate change. So, and again, financed voluntarily through every citizens in labor as well as in financing the seedlings as well. Yeah, these are some of the innovative financing ways. So in the interest of time, because I'm standing between the last session and going to their rooms, our participants. So I won't say more on this, but these are the areas. But probably if I have to say one final word regarding climate financing, there has been lots of promises from the international community globally. We talk about financing climate change for mitigation and adaptation, including the Paris Agreement. But most of the countries, as well as globally, most of the blocs failed to deliver on their promises. Africa is really suffering more than proportionately, as I've said earlier. So, financing Africa's climate actions should not be taken as a favor to Africa, or showing solidarity to Africa. It must be done if we have to save the earth. And I think it really needs concerted efforts toward this, financing the climate action and mitigation and adaptation of climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. On va revenir vers vous dans un instant.
We're going to go back. We'll come back to you in a moment because we see a number of questions coming up. But we have Madam Minister representing a region which can be described as the lungs of the world. And this region has begun to see how you can make environmental protection profitable. So could you tell us a little bit about the Congolese model, the initiatives that have been undertaken, and just recently there were new generations of electric batteries that were being used to generate energy. Thank you for giving me the floor. Well, I'm delighted that everybody now knows Congo recognizes the Congo as a country that offers solutions. Since last year at COP in Glasgow, the world's eyes were focused on the Congo Basin, because for everybody, the entire globe, we see this as offering solutions for global climate change. And we believe this focus must be further heightened, and we are continuing to develop it. Several efforts, several actions, series of actions have been taken to attract green financing. We wish to attract financing for green projects. And in addition to the basin, what we're doing in the forests, trying to protect, support, monitor, we have, as you just said recently, Mr. Foka, as you said, recently we've turned to an investment project. It's huge. It's the manufacture of batteries. It's almost like a dream. When I see Vera here, my mind goes back to the first meetings we had in our office at the cabinet, and then we followed up with meetings with the Office of the President. And this project was launched and has achieved a national scale. And this is our turn, as it were, now. President Tshisekedi, in one of his statements, telling us about his objectives was, yes, we must work on mineral resources in the earth, but what are we going to do with these resources? We want to process what we're bringing out of the soil. So this has led to a whole industrialization sector. Last November, The DRC Africa Business Forum was organized in Kinshasa. An ambitious project was presented there. We were in discussions with potential partners with whom we felt we could say, this is what we have. Everybody knows we are the most endowed in global terms. We have components that are used to manufacture, I refer to lithium, and we want to process lithium in country, not only because it is going to produce a visible impact for employment, infrastructure, for revenue generation, but also it is going to have an impact on the entire region. What did we do? We said to ourselves, let's work, and let's work quickly. Let's apply tangible objectives. Let's have definite scheduling, definite timescales. And by the end of 2021, in fact, you yourself were there. You were moderating. I didn't say presiding. I meant to say moderating over the forum, and there were various prerogatives.
À faire ce qui doit être fait. Les discussions avec les partenaires, les prérequis qu'il fallait faire, la vulgarisation, la motivation, l'engouement autour de ce projet qui, pour nous, devient
this project, which is one of the flagship projects for DRC and for the development of the region, because a few weeks ago, one of the prerequisites was to work closely with our Zambian counterparts. So we signed a memorandum of understanding to work together so as to work towards the industrialization. We talked about the impact, the prerequisites, and the sites that would be identified to attract investors. Today, we know that we have the raw materials, the will, and the support for these projects. Now, we have raised funds mainly from private sector, either national, regional, continental. For now, we have approached international investors who are main stakeholders in different sectors. Of course, we have interest shown by Tesla, Bosch. Recently, we had another investor visit because we have the will and the support of the government at the highest level to raise funds. We have so far raised $50 million for green projects. We are a country that is offering solutions, and therefore this is a very small figure. We hope to draw more from such initiatives just to ensure the partners that we are behind you and the government will do everything necessary to support you. We have a roadmap that has been launched, and after the forum, we have made progress by signing that memorandum of understanding with the Zambian government. And now we are looking at the next steps. We would like to move forward and raise more funds. Well, you spoke about the forum, all the meetings. Could you tell us how soon we can have batteries produced in Congo? Because this is something that we're very keen on. Of course, this project will benefit our locals. It will be a boom for our economy, and this will be cross-cutting, and therefore there will be other benefits. You are talking about timelines. Of course, what we can do is that we have done the necessary to have the prerequisites approved by the government, and the will is there. And now we are implementing with our colleagues from Zambia the necessary measures to attract partnerships and private funds. As I did mention, we have been in consultations with the support of the Economic Commission for Africa, which I do thank, and we hope that this will have an impact on the economy of our country as well as the rest of the continent. We would like to come back to some other questions, but before that, I would like to talk to Mr. Sidi Oluta, who is from the banking sector. Sidi Oluta, what are the opportunities that we can draw from to fund this green economy? And this has to be profitable so that it can attract investors. What can be done so that we can protect our environment and also raise some funds? This is a very good question. I think that the issue of green funding has not been fully endorsed on the African continent, whereas the potential is very high. In our introductory remarks, we are not the biggest polluter. However, we are facing the biggest consequences of climate change. So what I was saying is that the African countries have a very major potential. For example, the DRC with the Congo forest, which really contributes to sequestering carbon, and which and other minerals that will be used to produce electric batteries. And I thank UNECA for being part of it. What we need to do is to change the financing paradigm for green funding on the continent. We have funded projects for reforestation, protection of nature, and also fighting soil degradation, as well as coastal erosion and wind energy. But from the concept that was prepared by ECA, Africa is only attracting 1% of available funding in this sector. So how can Africa attract more green funding? I think that the role of multilateral banks is very key, including regional banks. But we need to change our approach, especially for us banks. Instead of giving loans that are limited, as someone mentioned earlier, from another panel, if we look at the impact of all multilateral banks, they will not be able to fund all the needs of the continent. So we need to look for leverage for existing funds. And I think that one of the solutions would be, instead of giving $100 million of grants for African states that will have a limited impact, this 100 million could be used to fund or to pay interest loans, because these banks can actually raise affordable funds, and this 100 million of interest costs can actually fund very major projects. And an example that was used by one of the multilateral banks in one of the health projects, and this bank was supposed to fund polio control, and the funding was $400 million. And there were grants limited to $20 million, and the bank could fund up to $100 million for this project. Now, when we used the method, that is when we used the 20 million grant to pay interest, the bank was able to raise 400 million. The country received 400 million without having to pay any extra interest rates. So you can see that the difference between 400 million and 20 million is a it's a factor of 20. So if we can use some of these grants to pay interest, and that way banks could raise bigger amounts to fund these projects. So this is an approach that we have not used. And the other approach is the facility that UNECA is coming up with, that is called the liquidity facility. And this is a very interesting approach to ensure that we strengthen financial markets on the continent. And that way we are able to raise funds that will be used to fund other commitments. So I think there are different approaches that we can use, that is tripartite funding, that is green bonds, and then we have other approaches such as the liquidity facility that Vera is working on. So when we listen to you, we think that this is only for big institutions and big enterprises, whereas everybody should have the responsibility of protecting the environment. Don't you think that this could just remain at the summit? We thought that this was an opportunity. We had been sold green funding as an opportunity for many. So how do we lead or encourage the public to come on board? So we can work at a different level. But I think for us, we're working with NGOs. For example, in the Gambia, we are growing mangroves with NGOs, and we have young volunteers who are working in Banjul area to grow mangrove, because that will reduce the negative impact of greenhouse gases. And we have worked with youth organizations and volunteers, but we can also work with regions and provinces, as we can also do at national, regional, continental levels. We do have solutions for each level. Now, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the Africa Risk Capacity. Could we please give Mr. Ibrahim Sheikh Njang the microphone to comment?
I know it's been a long day, so therefore I'll make sure I'm as short as possible so that I can contribute to the discussion. I am not going to repeat what has been said by many of the speakers, and that is to say, Africa contributes less to climate change, but nevertheless suffers the most when it comes to the impact of climate change. I like to focus in particular to the human phase of that impact, and I feel it doesn't get talked about quite often. And that is the impact of drought in the Sahel, tropical cyclone in Madagascar or in Mozambique, and lately flood in South Africa. What all these disasters have in common is the fact that it affects the life and livelihood of many Africans. In some cases, even worse because of COVID-19 makes it actually extremely challenging. The question is, in the past, these problems are addressed by looking to the international community to get support and humanitarian help. Sometimes they arrive on time, sometimes they don't arrive at all. And when they don't, actually every second count, we can lose life. So going back to your topic is, how can we innovate? So our Minister of Finances have access to resources so that the first response that actually goes to support these communities come from funding that we can actually mobilize very quickly. In our case, the 3 levels of intervention, and I think it's very important to say very quickly. Number one, you cannot address a problem that you don't actually understand the magnitude of the problem. And that's why we're saying the first step is actually to profile the risk and the exposure of our countries to these disasters. So the government actually have the option either to retain the risk with the Minister of Finance or to transfer the risk. Fortunately, drought doesn't just happen overnight. You can actually tell 2 years from now whether you're going to actually have a deficit in rain, so you can anticipate what the risk is going to happen and how it's going to happen. So I think what we could do together is improve the capabilities of African government to profile the risk with regard to actually climate change, drought, or tropical cyclone, and that's the first step. I think second, we should also help our member states, the African governments, to build what we call a contingency plan, whereby if there's a disaster, if the government wants to intervene and does not have the resources to make sure every intervention is actually fully coordinated, so that we don't actually waste time and we actually don't intervene in a very disorganized way. And I think the conversation we're having here today is also part of the conversation we're having with Mr. Finances, so that at least it can be better organized. I think last is the response, and this is where we come in. We believe that African government can actually pull the risk together, go to the insurance market, mobilize additional resources, and that funding is easily accessible within the next 2 weeks when you have a disaster. So you can actually respond and respond very quickly so you don't actually lose any life. And I think that's where the innovation comes in, is to rely on the insurance market, accessible funding, availability in a very quick way so you can respond. What I have described to you, it's not a concept, it's a reality. We've been doing it for 10 years. We provide up to $1 billion worth of coverage to African governments. 100 million people have been protected, but we can do more. In order to do more, we need active funding to make sure that premium financing is accessible, affordable, and available to African governments. Whether we can provide the subsidies to build the culture, that's one thing. But also we need to actually provide technology available to African governments so they can provide the risk. So tomorrow I'll be speaking another session and I can tell you more about that concept and how we can join forces to make Africa more resilient. There's a lot of focus on adaptation and mitigation, but we should focus on the 3 things at the same time: resilience, adaptation, and mitigation, and we can multitask, save livelihood. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. C'est une longue journée, très longue journée, et je pense que nous allons clore là-dessus. Je n'arrive pas, j'essaie de changer pour voir si Rania, la connexion est bonne, mais je n'ai toujours pas de... Elle est là, Rania?
Are you able to hear me now?
Oh, is Rania here?
Okay.
Good. Apologies for this hiccup in technology, but a few things. The question was how we can move ahead on the innovative financing. And for all the colleagues who mentioned that Africa contributes the least when it comes to emissions, but is requested to move ahead on many of the energy transition fronts. And that's why COP27, which will be held in Sharm el-Sheikh in November, is really about moving from pledges to implementation. Because there were so many commitments made in Glasgow, and particularly what was significant was commitments from the private sector. So even though the 100 billion, we're trying to figure out how much of it was really spent, today everybody's talking about the trillions. So what we want to look into, and this is going to be a core item for COP, is how can we ensure that the private sector commitments that were made can come to the countries that are rated B and below. And this requires de-risking. Therefore, it needs stepped up movement from the multilateral development banks when we talk about the grant component. And also, we need to be able to use philanthropy a little bit more, because they were also quite active participants in Glasgow and also trying to contribute to the green transition. Many have spoken about the role of government to be clear with its vision when it comes to projects that it needs to move forward on. But that includes a lot of work on the structural side, and that from IFIs and MDBs also needs capacity building. And therefore, that is one of the very important calls for the movement when it comes to climate going forward. Therefore, how can we make sure that in Africa we have an investable pipeline of projects? Adaptation was mentioned many times, and against the backdrop of the global crisis that we face today, the importance of agriculture and irrigation come very significantly to the forefront. Therefore, we have an opportunity as well during COP coming up to also put back the climate finance, not just mitigation, which gets the major part, but also equally for the different MDBs as well as private sector to look at adaptation projects. And that's why with some of the specialized agencies such as IFAD and others to showcase examples where money is generated from adaptation projects to be able to show it to the private sector. In the case of Egypt, we have a green transition that started in 2015, and I just give an example of the renewable energy. Before 2013, there was a deficit in electricity, and then the government had to take very tough structural measures, particularly on the price subsidies, fuel subsidies, and also included feed-in tariffs for the private sector. That mobilized a lot of financing, and today we are able to also move ahead and export electricity. So there's structural reforms from the government side, allowing the enabling environment for private sector participation, but also the MDBs to come in and help in the financing, along with trying to scale up private sector investments.
Merci infiniment. On a fini par se parler.
Thank you. Finally, we managed to hear you. And I was saying that this was a very long day. Apparently, there's still another panel, and therefore we'll come to an end of this panel by summarizing that every crisis brings forth an opportunity, and that is the case of the green economy. And we hope that we will have such opportunities that would help us create employment. Thank you very much for being part of this panel.
Because people are late. Okay. Dear delegates, honorable ministers, colleagues, so we are going now to the last panel on health and economic resiliency. So the panel is just coming in because I know this is an important topic for all of us. Give us 2 minutes for the chair to come in. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to start our panel now. I'm going to give the floor to the chair, Professor Awa Kolsek, who is going to chair the panel for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Je voudrais, pour ceux qui ne parlent pas français, que vous puissiez mettre donc.
Those of you who don't speak French, could you kindly put on your headset so that you can listen to the interpretation? I do believe the interpretation is coming through. Have the interpreters gone? Okay, there's still interpretation. So what I would like to do is thank all the people who have stayed on, because, you know, it's always difficult to host a panel and be on a panel at the end of a day, of a working day. But the issues are so critical that there will always be people present because they believe this is an essential development problem. Health is a development issue. There can be no economic development without good health. And that's why we have ministers for finance, budget, the economy, and we are sitting with them to learn from them what needs to be done so that we can make it possible for the health sector to play its full role. I'd like to thank the ECA and His Excellency the Minister of Economy, Senegal, for having made it possible for us to have this opportunity, an opportunity to discuss this theme, which is extremely important for us, particularly since the outbreak of the pandemic, the coronavirus disease. It has had an impact on economic growth and particularly our African countries. We are talking about recovery here because we see the dip in the growth rates. However, there can be no recovery if we behave as if there had been no pandemic. What that means is that today we have an opportunity to discuss amongst ourselves with ministers and experts, high-level experts with us. There's also one important point I'd like to mention. Many people who are of the view that economic development has nothing to do with health have realized, thanks to this pandemic, that it's a real problem if you don't think about health issues. This is why when we talk about health and development these days, it seems to be easier, it comes up more often because people get the impression that it's normal to talk about health, whereas 2 years ago, it was, oh, health, you're just dreaming, it's got nothing to do with the economy, etc. However, I'm delighted to see ministers of finance, ministers responsible for finance, and also people responsible for health, as well as high-level experts. And I shall mention them when I mention them by name to introduce them to take the floor. You're going to be spoiled, I can assure you. I'd like to chair this session with my friend Steve. He is an important personality within the ECA. ECA has been called upon to work on the future of health and resilience in Africa. He's part of a multi-sectoral group, a group that wants to work and highlight all the lessons that we've learned, for us to see what we've learned, what knowledge we've been able to build up, and also to produce the appropriate arguments to convince all the decision makers responsible for steering this agenda. Steve will replace me. I must apologize to you sincerely because I have to leave because I have a plane to catch. So I think he will take over. I'm going to take things a little bit forward, and then I know that in his hands you have somebody who's very cognizant of his subject. May I say, first of all, as a starter, that I put the questions together depending on the profiles of our various ministers and other invited guests. So let me begin with those who hold the purse strings. They're the ones who manage everything, really, because in a government, the Minister of the Economy, Minister of Finance, these are the ministers who very often hold the key to solutions that we are looking for as sectoral ministers. But we have ministers who are convinced of what they can bring to the table and will help us shed light on all these issues. So we have the pleasure of having on this panel His Excellency, Mr. Minister Amadou Hott, Minister of Economy, Planning and International Cooperation, Senegal. We also have on this panel Mr. Ahmad Jidou. Is Mr. Ahmad Jidou here? No, he's not. Then we had Madame Brigitte, the Minister Delegate in charge of the budget, Burkina Faso. She's not here. Then there's Mr. Amos Lugulubi from Uganda. So we have on the panel 2 ministers in charge of economy, planning, and budget, and our budget. So allow me to turn to you first. Distinguished ministers, 5 minutes each, please, with your permission, to make your contributions. What we are trying to do, particularly post-pandemic, and aware of all the impacts it has had, and knowing that the health sector requires reforms. However, we need solid health systems in place, systems that stimulate growth, create employment, health systems that also strengthen the ability to mobilize national resources. And we would like to ask you, as the specialists in this area, we'd like to ask you, what can we do to create the fiscal space, to create the budget so that not only is it allocated to health, but health should not be perceived as always consuming financial resources. Yes, we often hear health needs to be one of our priorities. So you have the floor. I will begin with Mr. Amadou Hott, Senegal. Thank you very much, Professor Awa Marie Kolsek. It's always a pleasure to have you with us and to be with all my other colleagues. Unfortunately, we had to go through a major crisis like the coronavirus disease for all countries, actually nearly all countries and governments in the world, to realize just how important health is as a sector. It is a strategic sector. Thanks to the crisis, we as a global economy, in terms of economic output and also in terms of human lives, first and foremost, but we've lost income, we've lost revenue for our states, for our populations, for our private sectors. So many countries, if not all countries, have decided to devote more resources to investing in health. And in Senegal, the President of the Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Malik Sall, has said we have to invest in hospitals. We also have to undertake reforms to attract the private sector. When we say reforms, we're talking about governance, we're talking about the health sector. Because no matter where you're investing, where you come from, be you a doctor or a health professional, all have to invest in health, because in our pharmaceutical codes actually date back to before our independence. And I know that there's major efforts being piloted by Minister Abdoulaye. Now, for those of us who are in charge of the economic and financial sectors, we stress the need to continue to mobilize public resources, but also to attract the private sector. In Senegal, the private sector consumes about 10% of our overall budget, 10% for all sectors, including universal health coverage, which in the past we called universal disease coverage, which His Excellency established in Senegal since 2013. So 10% of our overall budget goes into health. It's a lot, especially when we realize that teaching and the educational sector also take up 25%. So together, health and education, we talk about 35% of the overall budget. And here we're excluding debt servicing. And of course, there's part of the debt service facilities that feed into the sectors. So it's very key. But our budgets, our resources are constrained. Therefore, we must support these reforms to further call on the private sector. Senegal has called for public-private partnerships so that the private sector can truly invest in health, a B2B investment, so that the sector is contributing as well, and the state simply contributes as one of the levers for the health financing. Take the example of the hospital with the private sector, a PPP venture in Saint Louis. We're discussing there with the private sector, who will be responsible for wholly funding this sector, and the state will pay rent, an annual rent, so that the private sector can receive remuneration and use state resources by paying back the state for the rent. And so this is a way the health will be funded by the private sector with public sector support. And we believe it will be a very profitable venture in the final analysis. Also, this last point, there's this issue of managing health infrastructure. It's not Senegal alone. All over Africa, we need increased digitalization. We need AI methods. We need to improve the way we follow up on our patients. And Madam Minister of State, we want to ensure in the future that the employees in the private sector and the health sector contribute, because for now, either the state has to draw on its own budget or it has to seek concessional financing from development partners. And I believe the private sector, the taxpayers can, from direct contributions from their salaries, contribute. And this is something the governments and African governments in general will be studying soon, so that there's more sustainable funding of not just universal coverage, but how best to help the poorest to have increased access to medical services in our countries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
Minister of Uganda. I think that you have the question translated, but it is important just to know that it is for us today important to have your view and see how do you think that we can have economic growth by doing some reforms, but also to ensure that we have more human resources. We are creating jobs. All this is important. We would like to have your feeling and your view on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Africa faces a serious challenge because we have a very young population, which we could turn into a demographic dividend if we harness it well. However, because it is a young population, therefore we experience a problem of the high fertility rate, and therefore we have a higher dependency population. The implication of that is that we have spent more and more resources on our human capital. On our human capital resources in terms of ensuring that we make sure that we provide free education, we provide free health services. And therefore, inevitably, we are going to find ourselves in a situation where the human capital aspect of our budget has to be significantly higher than any other area. In fact, in Uganda, put together human capital is the biggest sector where we spend much of our resources. I don't think it is very different from Senegal, from what the Honorable Minister has indicated. Now, there are challenges in this sector. As we invest all this money in the sector, the challenges continue to prevail. For example, the health sector has been bedeviled with a problem, especially in tropical Africa, the problem of malaria. I think malaria has been our number one killer in many of our countries. And we know how stubborn the vectors that cause malaria are. The mosquito. A mosquito has three major problems. Mosquito, when you are sleeping, can make you very uncomfortable. You cannot sleep when you have mosquitoes in your room. They make a lot of noise. But you can be bitten by that mosquito. It's very painful. But above all, it causes malaria. And we have failed to eradicate malaria from our communities. In a problem that we need to collectively come together as the African Union. In Uganda, there was an effort to try and eradicate the mosquito. When you look at a mosquito, it's very easy to kill. You can spray it and kill it. But the effort to eradicate this mosquito through spraying were frustrated. And the idea is that we should use mosquito nets. The mosquito nets will not kill the mosquito. It will remain out there. And without a mosquito net, the mosquito will bite you. So malaria will continue prevailing. So in doing that, what are we exactly doing? We are supporting the producers of the pharmaceuticals for treating malaria. I want to believe that those agencies that produce these drugs are probably against the idea of using the chemicals to kill or to eradicate the mosquito. In our effort to try and spray these mosquitoes, we are told that should you attempt to spray the mosquitoes, then we shall not buy your fish because your water in Lake Victoria, where the fish comes from, will be contaminated with chemicals, which may not be necessarily true. So I think as African Union, we need a bigger voice in dealing with some of these problems, because otherwise my budget should not be overstretched simply because of malaria, if the mosquitoes had been destroyed. So there are a number of these preventable diseases that we can eradicate, but because of problems here and there, we cannot deal with them. Now there's the issue of nutrition. Very few people emphasize the issue of nutrition. as a way of preventing certain diseases, especially non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and others. But nobody is telling you about those causing agents for these diseases. Our focus is on how to treat these diseases. Now, if we had invested more in prevention than cure, I think we'd be able to save very significant resources within our budgets to actually expand the health sector. The third issue is about the use of funds, the funds that we have at the moment. Since morning, we have been talking about borrowing. But how efficiently are we utilizing the little resources that we have for the betterment of the health sector? Now, when we got COVID, the pandemic in 2020, of course, many of us had to borrow heavily. Now, when we got into a second cycle of COVID, or a third one, we had been overborrowed. And therefore, there was very little fiscal space for us to continue borrowing. Otherwise, we land into a crisis. Now we had to innovatively look within the resources, vote by vote, program by program. And I can reveal to you, we are able to generate a significant amount of resources that has been going to waste. Sometimes we need to provide time to look critically at the resources that we have within the budget. You know, in most of our budgets, they are incremental budgets. Once a particular agency has a budget of a certain amount of money, it continues like that annually. So it is incremental, you go on adding. And sometimes we forget to analyze critically, but to what extent is this money being utilized and for what purpose? Is there value for money? We are now making a movement towards examining, using Auditor General's office to examine more on the value for money utilization than doing financial audit, which is usually postmortem. It comes after when the money has been wasted. Now, a value for money would tell you that that investment you are doing in project X, project Y, you know, there's no value for money. And therefore, you can switch your resources to something else. So through that process, this coming financial year, because we have been preparing the budget, we did a thorough review of the budget, and we generated the money in trillions of shillings, for which we are now able to implement a program known as the Uganda Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer System, where, with the support of World Bank and resources from ourselves, we are building health facilities across the country in every sub-county to make sure that every sub-county has got a health facility. And there is a secondary school in every sub-county in order to increase access to these facilities. But that was after interrogating the budget for more resources. Now, I need to indicate, since we are talking about financing, to emphasize, to underscore the issue of having the right fiscal strategy. Fiscal strategy in terms of revenue generation. We have been talking about the program of tax to GDP ratio, which is very low, especially with respect to sub-Saharan Africa, and it's something that we must deal with. This conference must agree that digitalizing tax collection is the only way forward, and working out technologies that should enable countries to collect taxes, especially taxes such as VAT, which most of us have. It should multiply our revenue generation, I think, more than 2 times. We should be able to raise more tax if we digitalize our system. And I think we have lessons to learn from countries like Egypt and from many other jurisdictions like China. But then I've talked about the issue of allocation as part of the fiscal strategy and also the implementation and monitoring. Finally, because I do not think that I have all the time on earth to say whatever I want, I wish to emphasize the issue of getting the AU institutions to work closely together. More especially now that we have this Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We seriously need to capitalize on this opportunity. Before we were talking about all these things, but the institutional framework was not in place. Today, as we speak, we have the African Union Development Agency, an institution of the African Union. You have the APRM, you have the African Development Bank, you have ECA, Economic Commission for Africa. I think what is really necessary is for these institutions to work together and coordinate us, as ministers from the African continent. We should be able to deal with these problems if we continue working together and through this institutional framework. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that you have really looked at all the issues, and with Minister Ott, you have given to us really very important, I can say, line of conduct, but also a lot of remarks we can take into account. I wanted to jump on your added value. Et je vais donc donner la parole à Monsieur le ministre de la Santé.
So I should give the floor to the Minister of Health and Social Action from Senegal so that he too can talk to us about reforms that have already been mentioned, but perhaps go a little bit further, because we do need reforms, because all the states are unanimous, because well, lots of money is given to health, but we must have more results. So we do need reforms. And I think you're very well placed because you're on it. And if you could, please kindly share with the public what you plan to do so that these elements can be part of a more efficient system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Minister, for that important question. But first, I would like to welcome the invitation to participate at this panel, to thank the other panelists and the Minister for Economic Planning and Cooperation. This panel shows clearly that health is not to be seen independently, but as a cross-cutting issue, especially with the finance. So the strategy for funding health is very key to ensure that the health sector performs very well. The heads of state have already taken their position since Abuja, and for that to happen, we need to allocate at least 15% of the national budget to health. And Senegal is in line to achieve that. In 2012, we have moved from 10 billion to 200 billion allocated to health. And of course, this has improved the human resource. For example, between 2020 and 2022, we have hired more than 4,000 agents, and we have also had a better platform for distribution of medicine. And in addition to that, we have also invested more in the health sector during the pandemic. You have also realized that all these financial initiatives have still not yet given us the full satisfaction that we are looking for. This is not just an idea, but despite the fact that we have done so much to move forward, but there is still lack of satisfaction. And the idea is to know what do we need to do more than funding so that we can achieve that expected result. And now means that we need to carry out reforms because this should give leverage so that we can achieve the expected results. In Senegal, therefore, His Excellency the President, Macky Sall, has approved reforms. First, we have managed to achieve the guidelines, and the ministry is working on the process on releasing the necessary framework. And this basically means that we will work on 4 pillars. The first being governance. This is very important. And that can bring about a paradigm shift. And finally, we do not only need to come up with results, but can actually create a results-oriented culture. This means a new policy in terms of remuneration for the sector, which would be result-based. And then this whole issue about fees or charges, and then the different roles of different organs in hospitals and health facilities. And this means that the whole health system will be results-oriented. So this is an issue of modernizing the sector through the governance. And then secondly, the second pillar is on digitization of the system. Today, we cannot rely on an archaic system, and therefore we will have to do more to digitize the system. And I think the Minister for Economy has also mentioned we also had a third pillar, which is to ensure that we capitalize the sector to make it more attractive. That is opening the sector to new sources of funding that are not limited to public funds, but it could also be from private sources, that is to invest with a view to make a return on investment, but this of course has to be supervised so that this does not weaken the sector. But the objective, of course, is to ensure that resources that come through financial markets and other sources are effective. And then the fourth one is in the pharmaceutical area. That is to ensure that the sector is more efficient. And we cannot have an efficient sector without availability of drugs. And the value chain from the manufacturer to the final user, in terms of regulation and supervision, etc. Less than a month ago in Senegal, we set up the Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, which is actually the first step in implementing the reform. The rest, of course, are in the pipeline, and we are slowly moving to producing vaccines in Senegal. And so we could not wait for the whole series of reforms, and we had to start there. And this agency is actually in place now. And the idea will be to merge the National Directorate of Laboratory and the Directorate of Pharmaceutical Services, and we will ensure the highest level of efficiency in this sector. So this was also very important. So, Your Excellency, Minister, for us to have an efficient system, we do not only need financial and human resources or very modern medical platform, but we need a whole ecosystem that will bring about more efficiency. And this is what we are doing through a set of reforms that I have mentioned. And we are very keen. So, thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. We have seen that we are all keen to see that these reforms are in place, and I think you will achieve this, and Senegal will therefore achieve this as expected by all. I will now give the floor to His Excellency the Minister, who is not a Minister for Health, because initially I had been informed that you're a Minister for Health because you are in charge of industrialization and also the pharmaceutical sector. So what the Minister of Health has said must speak to you, because the African Union has set up the African Medical Agency, and this agency has already done so much in the area of regulations. Algeria, your country, has already made strides in terms of producing medicines locally, and therefore you have a lot to share to tell us how you got there, because we understand there must have been important reforms implemented, because when we talk about economic recovery, for that to happen, we need to have reforms that will ensure the success of these initiatives. So, Your Excellency, we have been informed that we need financial resources, but in addition to that, we need the requisite reforms. So, Your Excellency, and I'll try to pronounce your name, Abdel Rahman Ben Bahmet. Is that the right pronunciation of your name? Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you, Your Excellency Minister. First, I would like to thank the Economic Commission for Africa for inviting me to speak, and also to thank the authorities and the people of Senegal for the warm welcome that we received since we got to Dakar. Yes, our experience, especially after the outbreak of COVID, we actually created a ministry in charge of the pharmaceutical industry. And this is to ensure that medicines are not necessarily considered as a budget-taking, as a budget line, but more so a sector that could also create employment. And by creating this ministry, we came up with a regulatory framework. In 1.5 years, we have more than 60 decrees that ensure the availability and access, of course, and the level of quality, because medicine that is not of good quality is not good medicine. Also, to create the regulations that will ensure that the pharmaceutical industry has the necessary funding through universal health coverage and initiatives. So in sum, we can say that in 2 years, we moved from 52% of local production of medicine that was for our local markets to 70%. So we are currently meeting 70% of our needs in terms of medicine. We have had about 60 companies created, and during COVID, we have seen a lot of progress because we realized that we do not have a choice. It was not an issue of funding. Whatever the resources that you had, you could not access medicine, neither vaccines nor raw materials. So we decided to do most of it ourselves, and we managed to produce some basic medicine, masks, and also to produce more oxygen. And finally, we are amongst the first 3 countries that are producing a COVID vaccine locally. So what I would like to say here is that a pharmaceutical product has 3 levels of value add. For example, you have an industry, you have human resources, but most of this work outside the country because they do not have employment. We do not have an industry that will employ them. And therefore, the value add, when we do economic calculations, we don't just simply consider drugs as a pharmaceutical product or a final product. I can tell you that we were surprised when we did, because we realized that the difference between the raw materials is actually sometimes 200 to 300 times the price. We know that they buy this in tons or in kilos, and then they sell them in milligrams. So we realized that we simply need to start an industry in the country, and we can very quickly realize that we could create growth through producing and distributing medicine. And we also realize that very often on the continent, the issue that we have is grants. And for us, we are advocating for a paradigm shift. So the $400 billion for funding TB, HIV, AIDS. So some of these products that are purchased through this, during COVID, we could not access them because Asia had closed its borders and we had to produce the vaccines ourselves. So today, we are advocating to ensure that these efforts are directed to purchasing medicine that is produced on the continent. So we might not necessarily be doing single sources, but we are an very open continent in terms of trade, because when we have a health crisis, you need to have the opportunity to access these drugs. One of our colleagues talked about malaria, and one of the reasons why we do not have a vaccine and malaria eradication is because we're not able to do everything on the continent. So the economic interest is very major, and of course the health benefits are even more evident. So most countries needed to sign this agreement to ratify the production, and the first meeting was held in Addis Ababa, and we hope that we'll really implement this African Medicines Agency that will ensure that we have faster movement of drugs and also industrialization. And actually, we can talk about so many other projects. I think that we are talking about two pharmaceutical products, which I mentioned. The first are those ones that we consume in millions, and that every country should be able to produce them, and it's very easy. In Nigeria, 15 years ago, we did not have an industry. And today, 3 out of 4 medicines are manufactured locally, and we are actually making money out of it. And the ministry now has a bigger budget, and that is something that pleases the Minister of Finance. So our heads of state have understood this, and that is the reason why we have a new economic approach. And when I had my colleague from Senegal, I think Senegal is also taking strides in that direction, and there has been political will expressed by His Excellency Macky Sall, and we should work in that direction. And I can tell you that this would be a start to integration of the African markets. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. I think you have given us a major lesson, and you can see what a country can do when you have such a shock. You can have a very efficient approach, and I think that everyone would like to do something similar because it was a shock to everyone. We realized that even for syringes and for others, we had to really plead to get them because the market had already been flooded and actually been taken up by richer countries. So for those who did not understand this, then there will be nothing left because we simply know that we really need to count on ourselves. We do have the necessary resources, human and financial. For example, Senegal has given an example. Senegal really invested when the pandemic broke out, and we could not wait. We had to resolve this. So this funding is there actually, but we needed this pandemic to serve as a lesson. And we have drawn very important lessons. And this brings me back to what the Minister for Health for Senegal mentioned, that the sector has to be attractive to investors. And for this to happen, we can actually really make a lot of gains and savings. And I think that it would be easier to look closer to our neighbors to procure some of these products. Now, I want to thank you and request Mr. Steve to take over the co-chairing of this session. And I would like to wish you all the best. It was a pleasure for me to be to chair this session. Once again, bye-bye.
Once again, good evening. So what I'm going to do now, first of all, Excellencies, this has been a very good conversation so far. So let me now turn to you, Winnie, the Executive Director for UNAIDS. I wanted you to tell us what you see as the main measures that would help Africa grow its domestic and international financing streams for health, AIDS, and pandemics. But I also cannot fail to ask you you've heard about the paradigm shift that the minister from Algeria talked about. Do you think there is some paradigm shift also that we need in the kind of health assistance that is happening in the continent today? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. And I want to thank very much my sister Vera Songwe, Executive Secretary of ECA, for inviting me to be on this distinguished panel. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished panelists, I have to say, this is my starting point, that 40 years since we had the HIV pandemic, still with us, it hasn't ended, 2 years and more into the COVID pandemic, I think we Africans should be angry. Really, we should. We should be angry because we've been left behind, first by international policies that allowed for vaccine hoarding and prevented us from our right to produce our own vaccines, COVID vaccines. It also happened with treatment for HIV, antiretrovirals. For 10 years, these drugs were there. People were living well in the north. Here we were dying. 12 million died when the medicine was there, but we were outpriced. So this should make us angry. It has put us behind the rest of the world in terms of recovery. But not only that, we saw the injustices in the financial system, the way SDRs were shared, the way debt was managed, paying debt service as people were dying. So we have been treated badly. We should be angry, but we should also be angry with ourselves, or at least not happy with ourselves, because it's 20 years since that Abuja declaration, where our governments committed to put at least 15% of their budgets in health. I'm not saying that governments aren't trying. We just heard Senegal putting 10% of its budget. But so many others are far, far away from that 15% target. And I'm happy to be speaking with ministers of finance, because it is you who must help the whole of government to understand that the lesson we have from COVID just now is that the investment in health is not just a welfare investment. It is an investment in our people, but it is an investment in our economies. We've seen that. And you are the ones to help us make the case. Even before COVID hit us, quite a number of African countries were paying more of their budgets to debt service than to health. That's a situation it's totally intolerable. But there we were. And so we can't even just blame COVID. On this continent, more than 1/3 of healthcare is financed out of pocket by our poor people, 36%. So literally people drop into poverty at just one illness, one bill. This is where we are, asking poor people to pay for their health. People who don't handle cash, who dig and grow their food and eat, we are asking them to pay for their health. This is dangerous, but this is where we are. We know from COVID that these weak health systems we've had, that we're so poorly invested in, can destroy our economies. So I talk to ministers of finance that this is an important lesson for you to champion on the continent. Every dollar we invest in fighting AIDS, we avoid 12 other dollars in future costs. The case for prevention was made by the minister for Uganda. Getting on top of this, understanding that let's front load the money in prevention because we save much more from treatment. But let me say, where will the money come from? Because you see, when we argue that we must invest in health, we must reach the 15%, ministers of finance can look at us cynically and say, the money is not there. I've heard here on the panel arguments for crowding in more private sector capital. I wish to be a bit different here. I think history tells us how best to finance this right to health. And it is crises that have led to the solutions. Out of the Second World War came the welfare state of Europe with publicly provided health care, which they cherish. To this day, they've tinkered with it, they've brought in some adjustments to bring in private capital, but public provision is what also saved them when they were hit hardest by COVID. Thailand developed its mostly publicly provided health care after the financial crisis, after they were hit by a financial crisis, Asia. So crisis is a moment to reflect on how do we deliver the right to health to people who are mostly in the informal sector, mostly young people, old people who do not earn in the formal economy. How do we provide for them? Let us think more about this. I think we can raise more revenue, not by being, by being better in tax administration, but also by taxing more progressively. Too many top fat cats at the top are not paying their fair share of taxation, of their taxes. Taxing more at the top, taxing companies at the top can bring in more money as well. And I think the IMF has said too that this is possible. Let's explore that. I think Action Aid did a research a couple of years ago and found that, estimated that if you remove tax exemptions in Kenya, that would be 4 times the health budget of that country. Tax exemptions at the top. Why are they there? Why are they important? Not really. Then closing the tax loopholes. I think Africa can do more here and do it more collectively. A few years ago, again in my country, Uganda, we went to meet our president to give him some advice on the oil deal. We struck oil just like Senegal here, and we were all excited about how to make the most out of that. We proposed to him, after doing a thorough research, that there were certain ways in which we were going to be cheated. One of them is commonly known as treaty shopping. I'm not afraid to say this here. One company, a European company, actually French company, had some a deal to extract in Uganda, but was registered as a Dutch company in Uganda. All they had to do was open a post office box in Amsterdam and become a Dutch company, because the Netherlands had a treaty with Uganda many years ago and had negotiated very low taxes. It's pretty shocking. Just getting a registration in another country in order to benefit from low taxation, just one of the tax loopholes. We warned our government about that. We said you can go to court and challenge it and say it's bad faith for a French company to present itself as a Dutch company in order not to pay taxes on our oil. So we can fight many of these loopholes, the shell companies that take money out into tax havens. We can do more as Africa to fight and close tax loopholes. And then also end the race to the bottom on taxes, being forced to lower and lower and lower a tax rate because you're all selling the same product. Again, coming together and setting the bar is important. So political will to work together and put the tax up. These things are possible. Finance ministers, you are here. These are things within your power to do, to raise more money, instead of saying, let's sell health to poor people who don't have money. Raise more money. Get these rich companies from Europe and wherever to be the ones to pay their fair share. I feel passionate about that. I want to end with two more points. One, we've learned through this crisis that we have to get tougher on sitting at the table where important decisions about our economies are being made. We saw it is in G20 that they decided there were going to be these SDRs shared at the IMF. It was in the same G20 that a minimum corporate tax rate was set, was agreed. It was in those spaces. I totally support President Macky Sall's call today that African Union should have a seat at that table. We are 1.3 billion people becoming one market. Australia, with its 35 million people, has a seat there. Why can't we have a seat as a continent at that G20 table? We need to be there with a voice that's strong to fight our corner. I also want to, one last point is about production of our own health technologies. Surely sovereignty was made empty for. We were shown that we have no sovereignty. This is the anger we must have. The fact that medicines were there being hoarded, even expiring in their stores, and we're here dying. I think that should tell us that our sovereignty isn't there until, as a matter of strategic interest, we make our own capacity to make our own medicines, health technologies, and it is possible. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I was in South Africa and I had the joy to visit Afrigem, a company that should make every African proud. I saw there young African scientists in their lab coats working. In 7 months of starting, they have been able to produce the mRNA vaccine, COVID vaccine, in their lab. Now they are working on how to produce it at scale and then get it approved and take it to the market for Africa. And they're not only doing that, they are a hub that is giving capacity to other countries in the South, Global South. I found that Indonesians had already been there for training. I found that another Asian country, Latin Americans, even Africans are now going there to learn how to make this mRNA technology. It's not rocket science. We can do it, and they have done it. So the capacity, and my last appeal to you, ministers of finance, is let's do it in a coordinated way. If we don't do it, we will not be able to increase our production capacity, because we must put the market together, but we must also not have many attempts at the same thing. Let us distribute the need. We need COVID, we need HIV, we need more technologies for malaria. So let us have a coordinated approach to build our capacity in health technologies. But we can. And I want to thank you.
No, thank you very much, Winnie. So now we have two more speakers. I'm going to say that between the beautiful arrangements that the government of Senegal has put for us are these two speakers. So I'm going to ask Monsieur Amadou Diaro from the Africa Solidarity Fund, and Monsieur Achaleke. 5 minutes each, maximum. So, Monsieur Diallo, I just wanted you to tell us what opportunities that you see in the future of health in Africa, and whether you see Pan-African solutions in dealing with, at least in optimizing these opportunities.
Thank you very much for your very relevant question. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers, allow me to begin with an expression of my gratitude to the ECA for having invited the African Solidarity Fund to participate in these discussions. I'm delighted to find myself seated next to such distinguished and informed personalities, people who know so much about health and even more know about the linkages between health and the economy. A few years ago, this wasn't so obvious, but the pandemic, the coronavirus disease, has highlighted the very strong correlation between health on the one hand and the economy on the other. Now that we've had the privilege, we have the privilege of coming in second to last, as it were, here now. So I could say everything has been said. But allow me to lay an emphasis on what we as African organizations, specialized financial institutions can do for guarantees for financing, for improved interest rates, what we have done. I read in the issues paper that the UNECA prepared that funding needs for the health sector in Africa amount to about $66 billion. Indeed, a large share will be sought through public funding. However, there's a considerable amount of private sector input required, and we as financing institutions need to catalyze private funds, serve as a catalyst so that they come into the health sector. What we have to do is ensure that we continue to improve and ensure that our countries have sovereignty over their health, ownership, not just over public health, but also over all the private initiatives which are geared towards not just reducing mortality rates in our countries, but also to reducing morbidity rates. These efforts are part of wealth creation, and we must make sure that these efforts are stronger and stronger. The African Solidarity Fund in all member states, and almost all member states, has funded medical offices, clinics, hospitals, schools, where doctors or auxiliary health workers are trained. And what else have we done? When the pandemic broke out, the first thing we did was come to the realization that all the companies that had benefited from our support were not able to honor their commitments. So we froze the debt repayments. We did more. We actually deferred these debt repayments. And since we realized that we find ourselves within a cycle that doesn't make it possible for companies to generate enough funding flows to honor their commitments to us, and indeed to all the funding institutions that had supported them, we said, okay, no more repayments for now. Another thing we did was that with the outbreak of the health crisis, we realized that we were unable to find alcohol, masks, respiratory machines, oxygen. And so we made available the type of funding that would make it possible for all who were in the private sector and could have the competencies and the expertise to make such supplies and instruments available. We supported them in production, supported them in upgrading their machinery, supported them in production outlets. So we are a truly regional funding entity, and we are totally aware that for the African continent, we have resources and there are no constraints on the sectors in which we can be involved so that we can support all the private sector entities that come to us and seek support. We provide financial guarantees. We also provide refinancing. What does refinancing mean? It means that instead of standing in as a promoter, we offer a loan, loans for investment financing or for imports, because we know that in the health sector, yes, profitability is a fact, but it is not the overriding factor. So we stand instead of the producer so that we can help reimburse the loans. And for public funding, we've also stood in as guarantors, and we're available to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, I just wish to share with you the experience that we've had, because what I'm driving at is that the private sector is alongside the public sector and can provide the type of coverage we need to meet our health needs. And we need to do away with this feeling of insufficiency, as His Excellency the Minister said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Diallo. So our last speaker, the young people, we started, I think, by talking about the demographic dividend. In fact, before Corona, when we started doing this work, one of the things that we said at ECA was that, okay, if all your young people are sick and they're not able to go to work, or even lose them, then you can forget about the demographic dividend. So we started this work of saying health is economic growth. So as a young person, Monsieur Achaleke, what are the aspirations of the youth for health, and what action would you like to propose to increase youth engagement in the creation of a secure health system in the continent? Your views.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and I'm very pleased to have been invited to join this panel. And as a young person, throughout these days, I've been hoping for this moment to come. And I'm no expert in finance or in health issues, but I think for my 15 years as a young person working with youth, I can call myself an expert on youth issues. And of course, interestingly enough, when the whole conversation of COVID started, there were conversations that Africa is going to suffer the most. And we were all afraid. As a young person, I felt I would lose my job and it's going to be even much more difficult. Interestingly enough, I've heard yesterday, the pride of the fact that even though we had issues in the continent, but we were able to stand tall. But my question is, can we conclude that we stood tall because of the policies and the finances? Can we ignore young people who were resilient enough not to fall the temptation of economic hardship to turn to violence or to crime, but to be able to respond to this issue with their governments? It's a question I want to ask ourselves, because when we celebrate for fighting this, we need to also look at the burgeoning youth population. In most of our countries, under 35 is 75%. Meaning, if young people were the troublemakers, as sometimes we are seeing, we would not have had peace during COVID. Interestingly enough, I work actively in peace and security conversations. From Boko Haram to Al-Shabaab and the others, we could experience that in these countries. People looked at things differently. But I want to say that young people were very important in this process because of two examples. In Cameroon, when we had the pandemic, there was a challenge of increasing prices for hand sanitizer. So the old people who could easily die could not have access, and they were even much more worried, and their children were worried. And this posed the peace and security threat because issues of jobs were all at stake. But interestingly enough, I led a process in Cameroon. We launched an initiative called Operation One Person, One Hand Sanitizer, where we mobilized over 5,000 young Cameroonians. I transformed my office into a lab. I know nothing about biomedical sciences, nothing. But I told myself, in times like this, young people need to support because we need to change the narrative in practice and not just by tokenism. And when we transform our office, we produced from one hand sanitizer to 2 to 3, and before we could know, groups of young people had produced 100,000 bottles of hand sanitizers. Now, this is how young people were able to support their governments to stand tall at a time where prices were high, and these were distributed free across the country. Now, when we look at this, big companies give big checks to ministries of health and all of that. Young people, when we put this in total, it was over 400 million francs CFA that were able to put as volunteers, as young people, and parents and people were happy. We feel that even in active conflict zones, people could think differently because we came as young people, were able to speak to our peers, and they could understand. We look at the prison sector. Many countries across Africa were afraid. The example of New York, where they released prisoners, we wanted to copy, but were we sure of our rehab programs if the prisoners we wanted to release were ready to go out? It posed a security problem if we could just release them. But to us as young people, we propose that instead of freeing prisoners, let's work on building resilience within prisons. Now, we had this long program called Prisonpreneurship, entrepreneurs in prison. So what we did, instead of pushing government to release inmates, we instead told the government, allow us to work with our entrepreneurs in prison to produce masks, for them to do their own sensitization, for them to produce their own soap. And in that case, we're able to be resilient in prison. And today in Cameroon, we could see how even masks were produced from prison to support communities out of prison. The nexus of restorative justice, the nexus of ensuring that the resilience that we are talking about to build in a context of crisis was taking into consideration youth energy and the ability to work together. Now you're talking about how can we advance, this process, which is very important. If in Cameroon, young people could be able to produce over 100,000 bottles of hand sanitizers and provide for free, it was not just because the policies were existing, but also we are requesting that government continues to understand that they need to give a favorable place for young people. Because if the Ministry of Health did not give us okay to say this product could be used, nothing would have happened. So we are saying that young people are expecting that governments must understand that we are key partners in this process. They should not see us only as troublemakers, but as people who can be able to do. And I've shared with you examples here of tangible things that we did. Secondly, in terms of providing support for young people, interestingly enough, these resources which I mentioned, none came from mainstream finance institutions. It was frustrating, but one thing we've learned as young people in Africa is that we need to start working on correcting some of the wrongs that our systems have built. And that's why we told ourselves, rather than to sit and wait for governments and finance institutions to give us money, we better volunteer our time, we better mobilize money from our pockets, and we were able to bring change. Now, these are the kind of perspective that we are hoping that young people could be able to understand. And in this conversation, I would like to conclude by saying that for the continent to be able to valorize its youth, it should move from talking to processes like this, where we're invited to be part of the conversation. Because this does not only inspire me, but it inspires a whole generation of young people who are hoping that your voices are heard in conversations of this level. So I would like to implore the organizers of these events and other stakeholders here, ministers of finance and the others. We have young experts who can share perspectives that we need to call on the table. And one thing is important. The sweet policies, the nice policies would only make sense if it's implemented. And young people are your best guarantees for implementation of policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Acheleke. I don't know whether you have all noticed that when we give the opportunity to young people to address us during these panels, you really don't want to stop them. They bring a completely different perspective and experiences. So thank you very much also for honoring our invitation. So thank you very much, my panelists. You've done a great job. It's a late hour. So we thank you for staying all the way up to this point, and for the audience, the ministers and the delegations here. Thank you so much for staying up to this point. I'm now going to give the floor to either Yuki or Chichi to tell us what is next in terms of closing the day. I think, Chichi, do you want to?
We have to do reception.
Yeah, she's going to announce that. Yeah, thanks. You can come here, Chichi. You can use this one.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, distinguished delegates. Thank you so much for being with us. Just a couple of announcements for tonight. There will be a reception at the registration area with performance from Karina Gomez of Cabo Verde and Ismailo from Senegal. Tomorrow, we will start at 8 a.m. at Salaval. And this is to kindly all remind you to complete the evaluation that Hasna is going to put on the screen now. But with that, thank you for a very exciting day, and we wish you a very good evening. Thank you.
Recording stopped.